Hello everyone, good evening. Happy Tuesday, hi Toad, hi Magic. So, tonight is a bit of an anomaly. I was originally planning for tonight to be an art stream, and it was completely on track to be a normal art stream. And I have been working on art prior to this current hour. Pardon me, I was about to burp for whatever reason. And so, lo and behold, now as the time has struck, I am not currently feeling immediately up to drawing. I did mention previously that I would get some thumbnailing done, I think in advance, to start working on stuff on stream, but I haven't done that yet. I've been working on other sketches that I've been trying to do. So it's October, and usually every year for so long there's been a thing called Inktober. I'm not going to go deeper into this because I feel like this drama has been reiterated many times. But obviously Inktober, the creator of Inktober, has been rather problematic, and so there have been a lot of alternatives that have been created for the month of October. The whole premise just being draw something every single day for the month, and so I haven't been choosing to do anything for this month specifically, but I decided that I would at least try to do sketches more often, because I feel like I've been really holding myself back from any proper growth by only focusing on doing full illustrations, which means that my art block occurs only because I only let myself grow whenever I'm working on an illustration. And other than that, I only have passive hypothetical growth whenever I'm absorbing information through my eye. So stuff like tutorials and how other people do their art, the techniques they use, the brushes they use, the textures they use, things like that. And pardon me, I have to clear my throat a bit, but there's only so much I can do in order to develop myself as an artist if I'm limiting myself to only full illustrations and not doing enough studies, right? There's a reason why I did Dao's mouth studies a while back, which I have yet to finish up because I decided to do a little rendering on them also, in addition to just getting an idea as to how a lot of people tend to stylize their mouths and teethers and tongues, right? And so for bringing this back over to the whole October monthly event sort of thing, I decided that maybe this month I should spend some more time making a bunch more sketches. Trying to make sketches even if it takes me more than just within a few hours of a day. Hopefully not suddenly falling prey to, I need to render this fully. Just a sketch, maybe clean it up, turn it into line art, that's it. And, just do stuff like that so that way I can crank out a bunch of conceptual stuff, a bunch of visual development ideas, stuff like that. since I can constantly talk about I have lore and world building, and I need to give them visual identity and visual form. I need to make them visual, tangible in a visual manner, and so it's been a bit of a struggle. Rewind. It's a struggle trying to switch to doing something like that, but I'm making a very small progress in doing that and starting what is intended to be a simple line art / sketch today. But as is the norm, there's not any necessary what am I trying to say? It's not necessarily guaranteed that I'll be able to keep this up, but I do want to at least try to do this for my sake as an artist and to develop my art skills. That being said, I don't necessarily have something to work on for tonight. I do have a bunch of sketches and stuff, but like, it's the usual thing where I'm like, oh, I'd prefer to maybe not necessarily work on these on stream. Which does leave me, Lord Almighty, which does leave me in a bit of a pickle as a result. So for now, we're just chatting until perhaps inspiration strikes me, or I suddenly do feel motivated to work on something else. So that aside, I hope everyone's been having a good week so far. I've had a good day at work today, so I'm pretty happy to be feeling energized during the day, but as of right now, I am a little more on the tired side. But I still want to work on stuff. I really feel like I need to keep clearing my throat today, or tonight specifically. I don't know, I could do something more mindless. I could play a game instead. I know I was going to do a Tunic stream tomorrow night instead, to finish the New Game Plus file that I had, so that is an option. There's that Hollow Knight randomizer that I was working on. If I'm being honest, I kind of dread that one because the room randomizer is tough in general, especially since I'm doing it on my own. Drink some more water. I think my throat needs it. Lord Almighty. Hi, Moth King. Where did I answer that? Oh, I forgot I put that in my title. Interesting. I listed today was a good day, but I completely forgot that there was some annoyance with ants this morning. There's a very minor ant infestation, which is not surprising because the weather has been dipping up and down into warms and cools lately, or I guess we're in the awkward part of the year where we don't have proper autumns here. We just don't. So we have cool early and late hours and warm afternoons. And I guess because of those still warm temperatures, I guess occasionally we will still see ants occasionally make their way into households. Which, in case you couldn't guess, is what happened today, which is why it's a no ants allowed kind of Tuesday. Nothing too big, but they did get into something that was left slightly ajar in the dining room, which is a bit quite annoying, quite frustrating, but I did start the day off more on time than I usually do whenever it's a work day, so it wasn't too bad. I guess it kind of slipped my mind, even though I haven't mentioned in my stream title and I've been bringing it up here and there. I guess mostly because I've been more energized by the fact that I've been having a good day with good vibes. Well, it's not like a good day, but I've been giving myself good energy, and I think that matters enough to me. Yeah, it's never fun when ants get into your food. Especially waking up and gods. Basically, if I didn't wake up normally and I was getting ready and I saw all that, well, I could have not seen that, / I wouldn't have had time to deal with that, and that would have been extra frustrating to think about, but there's no point in thinking about situations that were completely not going to happen. Let me mute really quick. Whew, pardon me, my nose is feeling a little stuffy, which I mentioned the weather earlier. Oh no, it's that time of year where we have the consistent changing in temperatures, which means my body will react extremely negatively, which means I will be getting either occasional headaches / occasional stuffy noses, along with the normal occasional tiredness. Not going to be fun. Can't wait to deal with that. I guess that's a good thing, because we have, back at my parental's residence, we have these cans of like this herbal medicinal beverage. They're like in cans, but like, they're definitely East Asian in origin, and I have no idea what to expect because I haven't had a need to drink them yet, but my maternal figure has specified that I should drink one of these cans if I were to feel like subtly sick, and I was like, okay, I don't think this will happen anytime soon, but alas, here we are at a time where seasons change, and the changing of the seasons causes similar symptoms to me. Blue potion. Kinda, I guess. They're not... This terminology is now outdated in my world building, but they're not magical. Me referring to the word magical being outdated in my terminology. They're not magical in nature. Pardon me, oh my gosh. I think me being a little stuffy right now is making it a little hard for me to speak normally, because it makes my nose a little stuffed up. Thank you, I will hydrate a little more. Okay. Sorry, I was also scrolling on Twitter right now, and I just saw that Nintendo will be ceasing online communication services for the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U, which is like, well, farewell old consoles. Which I guess kind of leads into that talk of like, I've heard from like only like one streamer friend really, that there's a Switch 2 in development or something. But I swear I could have seen something about that develop, but also... Which I think is fascinating that they're developing a so-called Switch 2. And I have to wonder, what exactly would they add to a handheld console that is meant to also be docked to be a stationary console at the same time, that has a lot of features, that also seems super stable, with quite a few exceptions, pardon me, stable as a console, that they're doing so many reports and remasters of their older games to this console. I can't really imagine what they'd be doing with a Switch 2 and what they're intending on including in a Switch 2. I don't know. I only got my Switch like, next month it'll be like 2 years since I've gotten my Switch. My Switch is like quite so new. And I believe, when did the Switch first come out? Let's see. Nintendo Switch. Wikipedia, thank you. 2017? Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's like, what, like 6 years now? So I waited like 4 years after its release for me to actually get a Switch. And I do lovingly use it, maybe like once a month for Splatoon, but I have enjoyed quite a few games that I've seen. Animal Crossing, Super Mario Odyssey, of course Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. Is that it? I mean, obviously Splatoon, which I still play right now. There's not much other use for it, which is, I guess that's why I'm also like complaining constantly about like, I want to get either Mario Kart / Mario Party. I want people to play this with. And it obviously has not happened because I'm still choosing to complain about that. Anyway, I don't know. This is making me freak out with my sense of time and how everything's passing by really quickly, and that it's already October 3rd and it's actually going to be October 4th in like, what, like a few minutes less than 3 hours. It was my I think it was my birthday like just a few days ago, and it doesn't feel right how quickly time is passing, and I think it's just that point where everything just goes by super quickly. I don't like it. It is freaking me out. Ooh, how unusual that my nose is stuffy. I still don't know what. They do art? Did I just play a game? I can have your time, you don't need it. No, it's okay. I don't think it's gonna help me very much if I just have additional time to use for overthinking, or judging all of my potential options, or wasting away thinking about the future. That's not going to be fun. I mean, I guess it'd be nice for like napping and sleep. Well, I haven't been enjoying naps much. I think I'll enjoy naps once it really gets cold, but we're still at the awkward parts of temperatures where sometimes taking a nap means I'll wake up unnecessarily warm because it's not like cold yet. And I hate that. It's a normal thing to generate warmth and stuff, and I think it just happens to be a lot worse, especially if you just ate. Sorry, is that the proper grammar? If you just ate. I think I noticed that it's like, oh, I don't think post-eating siestas are good because you're producing a lot of heat because you're processing a lot of your food. That's a lot of energy usage, and energy, heat, waste, warm, wake up, sweaty and uncomfortable. Anyway. I've actually oh god, I completely forgot, but I had this thought where I was thinking I should reintroduce sleeping masks to myself, because there was a good period of time during the pandemic, especially, and to some extent before the pandemic, where I actually used a sleeping mask when I slept, and it's great because it allows you to, if you're out and about sleeping in a different place, you can use something like that to kind of ground yourself and make it so that you feel like you're setting up the same conditions for your body to go into sleeping mode. It's why a lot of suggestions for sleeping include things like having a consistent routine before you go to bed, because having that consistent routine is like, hey body, it's time to unwind and knock the fuck out. And so I actually did have a good experience using a sleeping mask, because it actually did help keep that consistent, like, I need to go to sleep. And especially if I wanted to take a nap, I would just be like, boop, the light does not bother me. I am in darkness, because I really need like total darkness and total no sound in order to sleep. Although I am somewhat of a deep sleeper, depending on the circumstances, and I'm considering if I should just go back to sleeping mask mode. Like, go back to using sleeping masks, because I feel like it'll help a lot, especially if I need to be like, oh, I think I deserve a nap right now, and then I can use like a I can use a sleeping mask to kind of like ensure that, if that makes sense. Which, if I have to remember, I bought like a pack of like 3 sleeping masks last year, maybe last year, and I used one of them, and now I don't know where it is, but if it's slipped into the nooks and crannies in my bedroom, it's most likely gotten caught up in dust rabbits that are around. So I'm probably going to toss that out and use the next sleeping mask that is in my pack of 3. It's not too hard to establish a routine, if anything. I think Pokemon Sleep has been really helpful already in establishing a more consistent sleep schedule, but if I want to incorporate naps to some extent, then I think a sleeping mask would also help with that sort of thing, because it'll be like, oh, if I need to go into suddenly sleep mode, then I wear a sleeping mask, and my body will be like, oh, good night. Because it's that sort of thing that really does help. Hi Citrona, how is Eggy? Oof, how's Eggy making going? Good to hear. Most of the people that, tried it didn't seem to keep it up. With Pokemon Sleep, I have been using it every night still. It's only been 2 cases where like it didn't work for me, and that was just because my charging cable disengaged from my phone, which was an unusual circumstance. But otherwise I've been using it every night, and so I have been using it to like sleep for the most part, like around midnight, maybe 1 or 2 a.m. depending on how occupied I get. And then I'll always like wake up like between 8 to 10 a.m. And then if I feel like I need to sleep in, then I give myself that opportunity after waking up and finishing my sleep session for the night. Hi Benny! Hi, how are you? Also, wow, I can't believe it said I'm just chatting. Boo! I saw you were doing the Halloween candy tier list. I have not gotten around to fully judging your choices yet, but I remember doing the Halloween candy tier list, last year. Yeah, I'll actually check out Benny. Benny just finished playing Resident Evil... It's the one with Jill. I don't remember if it's 2 or 3, because y'all started talking about the other Resident Evils in the series. But he finished the one with Jill. Jill's pretty slay as a protagonist, is all I'm gonna say. I think she's cool. Oh, it's 3? Okay, thank you for clarifying. Pokemon Sleep ran terribly for you, so you gave up. Yeah. I still think it's like questionable, because I think people probably still have complaints about the overheating, and like if you're using the Pokemon Go Plus device, it's like not as accurate as using your phone, but then you overheat your phone, and then it's active for an entire night, stuff like that. Also, it's probably not as accurate as getting sleep data compared to normal stuff like a Fitbit, stuff like that. Okay, it seems Citrona likes candy corn and Benny does not. That in your chart? I'm gonna look at it right now. Oh, Benny put candy corn in literal actual garbage. This Costan nasty ass trash piece of junk, get out of my face. Well, you didn't have fruit gushers or fruit roll-ups? You didn't have the strawberry bonbons either. I'm such a hoe for fruit gushers and like fruit by the foot and fruit roll-ups. I love those candies so much. And also strawberry bonbons that is what I am as a candy, even though color-wise it doesn't match, but I love strawberry bonbons. You bought the Pokemon Go Plus because it messed up your phone and made you late for work one day? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Candy corn with chocolate, gosh. I don't remember the last time I've had candy corn, is the thing. And so I wouldn't know what to say about it. Maybe I should buy myself candy corn, because I was thinking about going to the market at some point just to buy myself a few treats for Halloween. Chocolate covered pretzels, but it just has a Halloween themed plastic bag wrapping. I think I have an image of my cheer list from last year. I should, because I keep it on my streaming folder. Tier list of candy. I promise you it's not going to change. There's no need for me to do this again because nothing has changed. You introduced the concept of George Orwell to Clover's chat. Oh my gosh, I am so proud of you, Moth King. Spread the word of George Orwell. I love George Orwell. Anycorn is vile. Do you not know Toad, the writer of 1984? George Orwell. Hold on, this is kind of big. I don't know where I should... I'm gonna put it over... I'll make it cover the lamp, I guess. I don't know where to put this tier, unless I go to the other... Maybe I should go to my screen capture. Give me a moment, y'all. Absolutely not stuffed right now. But then again, I don't know what to do for tonight's stream. I was originally going to do art, but I don't feel like working on stuff right now, so it is not going to happen. I highly doubt that a burst of inspiration will happen in this stream. So the trace of the true self, it's so like it's some simulacrum. Is that the right? Did I print the stresses on the right syllables? I have it in my memos. Is it random inklings? Baudrillard's simulacra. Yeah, so it's meaningful enough for me that I had to put it down in my memos. Fair to know. Okay, let's look at the... I guess we'll look at my old tier list. Kit Kats, Twix, Airheads, wow! Yeah! Yeah, those are favorites, alright. Yeah, I think I did this as just a general candy tier list, I think, question mark. And not necessarily about it as a Halloween candy, i.e. if you got it or not during Halloween, because that's, I believe Benny said that he didn't list some of them properly because he didn't have, just because he didn't get them while trick-or-treating. Your Eggy came out intact and hopefully not overcooked. Nice! Were you intending on it having a runny yolk or no? Yeah, the only ones I like legitimately don't like are Dot's Gumdrops and the normal chocolate Tootsie Rolls. That's legitimately it. I tend to not like chocolate candy in general when it comes to getting candy. So the only ones you'll really see like at the top are the Kit Kats and Twix. Because I just like those. I like the crunch of the wafers and stuff. But that's why I like a lot more fruity candies. Insert fruit weird joke here. Say enough of it everywhere else. But I really like my fruity candy. It's the same thing with ice cream, actually. I mentioned before, I don't like vanilla, chocolate, coffee, that circle of ice cream flavors. I prefer just like fruit flavors because I feel like vanilla, chocolate, that category of flavors for ice cream is like, it feels heavy. It's heavy to eat compared to like fruit ice creams and stuff. Your toast is burnt. Okay, I really don't think I should trust you in the kitchen. Ben and Jerry's that are chocolate based fills you up. I've had a few, for sure, yeah. I really like the strawberry cheesecake one that they have. Unless they don't have that, then I'm hallucinating. But I know they had something like that. But gosh. I think it's also like, I think chocolate and caramel especially tend to be unnecessarily really sweet. And I'm at the point where I can't really have sweet things as much anymore. Like, I was having a cheesecake during my birthday weekend because I was like, let me get a cheesecake. Just a slice, and I was like, wow, this is yummy, but also very sweet. I should have had milk with it, but I had soda because I was getting Jack in the Box right before. So I was like, I can't switch beverages like this, you know? But here we are. But I can't just have milk with my Jack in the Box because it's fucking junk food. All your candies at giveaway tier except for Licorice and Werther's Originals. What kind of licorice specifically? Are we talking like black licorice or red licorice? Because I think licorice is a little more encompassing. I have a category. Red, okay. I love Red Vines. Red Vines isn't on this list, is it? No, it's not. Bad. I think Red Vines is also one of my favorite candies. It would be in favorites if it was on here. Twizzlers, I do not like. Twizzlers is a no-no. Twizzlers would go in the goodbye section. Black licorice, I would put in giveaway. Giveaway section is stuff I don't necessarily dislike. Oh wait, Twizzlers is in the giveaway section. Well, it should be moved. It should stay there. I think there are some people that enjoy Twizzlers. I think that's why I kept it there. Black licorice would go there too, because I've tried black licorice before and it wasn't my thing. But I also feel like it could be my thing if I try hard enough. Anyway, okay, that's my tier list. We're done with that. I didn't really trick-or-treat at all as a child. I think I went trick-or-treating like, what, at less than 5 times. I can count on my hand how many times I went trick-or-treating as a kid. And one of them I went more as an adult, but that was more like to solicit for a donation. So that wasn't even real trick-or-treat. Well, I guess we also got candy at the same time, but we were mostly like, oh my gosh, hi, we're raising, or we're trying to get donations for just charity. But yeah, there's just literally no trick-or-treating ever in my life. So, and also in tandem with that, no, I'm about to say cosplaying. No costumes in tandem with that. So whenever it comes to like dressing up for Halloween, I also don't really dress up for Halloween. The concept's rather foreign for me. You'll still love us even if you think our taste in candies. Wait, this means if you should ever get any of these candies, you could palm them off on you all. Oh my god. You guys can just have all your candy when we go trick-or-treating. Even then, I don't want to eat that much candy. I don't know. The world was a different place when you were a kid. There was an older lady up the street that would put out home-cooked brownies. Yeah, that is huge. See, I would prefer something like that. I would prefer, like, not candy, but, like, treats. Like, you give me, like, cookies and brownies. I will die because they're too sweet for me, but I will enjoy them nonetheless, and I will be very happy to eat those over candy. To be fully honest. Oh my gosh, wait. Why should I buy myself candy? I should just buy myself the stupid-ass sugar cookies. The ones that look fucking like Play-Doh, you know? Go. Save image. Go. Paste image. Cookies. Don't make source visible because this image is fucking big. Ugh. Where did I save this? Oh my god. Where is it? Oh my god, deadass, where did I save this image? Oh my god, I saved it in my art references folder. Okay. I see. Of course I did. I'm gonna put it here in front of the salmon for desire thing. Like little spotlight. These kinds of cookies. They literally look so fabricated and stuff. But they're so good. I love seeing these cookies at like potlucks and stuff. Yeah, these store-bought sugar cookies are so good. They're evilly addictive. I love these. And again, they'd be too sweet after I eat a few, but they're so... I love these so much. You dressed up as all sorts of things as a child, the Grim Reaper, a skeleton, a necromancer, the Grim Reaper again. I think I talked about how before when I used to depict myself Sona-wise, I used to be like Grim Reaper adjacent and stuff. Oh my gosh. That was such a weird era. I didn't have to cosplay or do costumes for Halloween because I always imagined myself as a separate person mentally anyway. Escapism, baby. Anyway. Yeah, I like the softer sugar cookies. The ones that are more firm, not as much as my favorite, but that's also mostly because they leave crumbs. So I get annoyed by that, but I will not necessarily shy away from just harder butter-like cookies. Butter cookie adjacent ones. Because they are good. I just don't like having crumbs. I'm very dainty when I eat. Like one of my friends in high school described me as dainty when I was eating like chips and stuff, and I was like, you are so fucking right. And it was like, this is very fitting. I'm very dainty. Like if I'm eating like chips and stuff, I will constantly like be like rubbing my fingers to get the dust off of them. Not as much as when I eat like hot chips because I will lick the powder off my fingers after I'm done with the bag or whatever. But I'm super dainty. I'm always using my napkins and stuff. I always use maybe a few extra napkins than necessary, and it's like, Again, I am quite a bit of a germaphobe, so I think that leads into it. You never thought being that edgy child? What a mood. The outfit you most remember of your childhood Halloween fits was you dressed up as a tank. I see. You had a big cardboard box with a plastic gun thing on top, and it was very realistic for the side angles. Cool. You had some eye holes slit in front, and you could see your feet at the bottom of the box. Oh, cute. Your favorite costume was the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I do not know what that is. I mean, I know what Monty Python is, the Black Knight. Monty Python. Oh, I see. I feel like I can't see knights in anything medieval normally. Not because of like Elden Ring and like Blasphemous, but because I follow some lovely artists and illustrators that make some very nice shipping content between like medieval-esque knights and stuff in their armor, and I'm like, wow. I love the gay knights, but also just paints everything else I fucking see in the world, and I don't know what to do with my life because of that. But also, I do recognize that general outfit thing, that seeing some of the screenshots and stuff. The only costumes you can think of are your more recent cosplays. I do not. Well, you did cosplay like a Salmonid, I think, like last year. That was like when we barely met too. I am also a germaphobe. Thank you. Don't bring Jarma here. I'm scared of him. Genuinely, his mental machinations elude me. You could literally only see the next step because you had to have your hand held and guided up the steps. Gods. Wasn't it like Prowler with his like IKEA shark-esque costume that he did for that one party quite a few months ago? Your Black Knight costume brought joy to a group of drunk old men, which is funny. Aww. Woo! Bringing joy to the adults because we're being silly in costumes. Woo. You don't know what you're gonna do. Just hear Chris and you were talking about Bunny, Riding Hood, and Big Bad Wolf. Oh. Vor. Just kidding. I don't actually know if I'll do like an illustration for Halloween or not. I remember last year I did those chibis I did where I dressed up as a lantern, a light bulb, and then I think just like a plain candle. So I think maybe I'll like pull on which one to actually do a more proper illustration of, and maybe just, you know, just do one of those again. I don't know. You cosplayed Wedge, right? Dress up as a big lemon. I use your taco from TAZ. Oh, I didn't know that acronym. Felix from Fire Emblem Three Houses. You sure are a cis girl, also you cosplays men. I mean, you can do whatever you want, right? Because I feel like otherwise it's gonna like lead into the thing. Because like people are still problematic with like cosplays and stuff. Like, they'll be like, oh, you're like the wrong skin color for this character or whatever, or like you're the wrong body type for this character you're cosplaying, and it's like, you should shut your mouth, bitch. Like, one of my friends that I mod for, she did a Nezuko cosplay for stream. She does a lot of cosplaying because she loves anime and stuff. She does a lot of cosplaying stuff for like some of her subathons and stuff. And so she did Nezuko. Really cute Nezuko cosplay. And like, she's Filipino. I know this because she always introduces herself with that, and like especially whenever we get Raisin Falls. And so we were like, she does have like darker skin tones, and so someone came in I think straight up said something like, oh my gosh, like so weird that you're cosplaying, or like damn bad cosplay, damn wrong skin color too. And like we were just straight up like, goodbye. Like, it's so fucking weird that people will literally still say that sort of shit. Like, I'm sorry, people of color want to cosplay other characters, and people with different body types want to cosplay characters with different body types. Ooh, sorry, I bumped into my desk. It's like the weird thing also with people who like don't like it, who like, you know how there's like whitewashing in art, and then when people do the reverse, everyone's like, oh my god, why are you doing that? It's like, gee, I wonder why, when minorities do not get that good representation in visual media, my dude. Like, it's so, I don't know. Those are the same people that complain about breaking the magic in fursuiting, especially when some people literally can't self-regulate their temperatures well. Oh my gosh, yeah. Or like when people go up to cosplayers and are like, can I take a photo with you? And like the cosplayer is literally resting or eating, and it's like, I mean, sometimes, it's not like too bad unless you're like being super insistent, but like, I feel like sometimes you should have like some sort of tact or like recognition of, hey, this cosplayer needs to eat or take a break, right? Unless they're like literally walking around pretending to eat because it's like part of the character they're cosplaying, and it's like, like you can wait or leave them alone, or ask like if you can do it like after they're finished or something, Also, yeah, there's like this recent post on furry Twitter where I was like, oh yeah, why are people breaking the magic as fursuiters? And it's like, wow, people need to not die, not sweat in their fursuits, and eat. What a revelation, Anyway, on a lighter note, from one of the webcomics I followed, I've mentioned it many times, I was literally working on fan art for Lackadaisy on one of my earlier art streams, I think this year, literally. It's really cute because sometimes I'll go in the Lackadaisy Discord and I'll see a bunch of people who have done like cosplays of the characters in Lackadaisy, and they're super cute, and it's really cool, like how a small comic like Lackadaisy became bigger, and people have formed a cute little fandom around it, and people will cosplay the characters and stuff like that. And it's really cute. It's really cute to see this sort of stuff, and I think it's just really cool to see people like cosplay stuff they love. I remember a few months earlier this year, Maya was really happy because someone actually cosplayed as her in like her like the hummingbird fairy outfit that she has, like the default one. I think it's, I wouldn't say it's default necessarily, but it's like the one I remember for her, along with like the overalls one. It was really cute because I think it was Frey who showed a photo of it. It was really cute to see. I was like, wow. And I think it's just really cool for people to cosplay the stuff that they love, because show appreciation, especially to small people, but also because people have comfort characters, they have kittens and stuff, and it's really cool. I wouldn't do cosplaying, but that's because I acknowledge that there's a lot of effort that really goes into cosplaying. Because I mean, I have a friend who does cosplay, right? You got to put a lot of effort into making it, putting it together. But I don't know. I've done like a bootleg Wirt cosplay, Wirt from Over the Garden Wall one time. That was funny. I would actually cosplay Wirt, because I do like him as a character in Over the Garden Wall. But otherwise, I wouldn't really know who I'd want to like cosplay or do a costume of. You would cosplay Prowler, but you would wear pants. I think Prowler technically does wear pants in his outfit. I think he's just really stylized in the way that he has his model drawn. Little scrungly little bitch. And we cosplay Over the Garden Wall. Well, it's reparation. Prowler Voltron. You wonder how hard it would be to make a Prowler mask. Didn't Prowler have like a 3D printout or something of like his skull or something? I don't know. You would put the skull on top of your head, Lamau. It was clay? Oh, that's even more effort to put that together in clay. 20 pounds. Wow. Can I lift that? The answer is yes, but that aside. Also, yeah, there are fish in the furry community. I know it's called furry, but there's a big variety. It goes to like the regular typical mammals, it goes to birds, it goes to aquatic marine creatures, it goes to insects, it goes to dragons and reptiles, scalies. I mean, heck, my persona would be a cricket, which I have never gotten around to drawing. Otherwise, it would be like an owl, if it wasn't a cricket. But I've seen people do sea slugs. I literally drew my partner as a crab. Trying to think. My mind is like blanking out. The shark, wolves? What? The Sergals? Oh, Sergals. Sergals and like protogens are like the really like, I feel like those are like, I don't like a keystone species of the furry fandom. I guess it's an accurate way to word it, I guess, also. Keystone species maybe not the right thing, but I feel like they're very known as like a species that's created that people really like and create their own zonas based off, I guess. I was gonna say airplanes just now, but that's like a separate, more mecha robot side. We're gonna brush that off the table because that's gonna go somewhere else. Anyway. Yeah. I've seen, I really like the insect ones that I see. I feel like there are not enough. Give me more hot insects. Stuff like that. Like, don't miss that. Okay. I'm trying to think. I think another big thing in the furry community is like having Pokemon Sonas. Like, some people are like, I'm a furry, and then their Sona is a Pokesona, which, is like, okay. There are actually quite a few people who do that. It's fascinating. like have a Pokesona as their main Sona. Which, you know, considering how many Pokemon there are, you know, I guess it's reasonably feasible to do so. Not that I have one. I envision myself more as a Pokemon trainer in the Pokemon universe, and that's as far as I can get right now. I don't know if I'll ever draw anything about that, but we'll see. If you're a Pokemon, you would be Yveltal and destroy all life on Earth. I see. Good to know. Sweating. Just kidding. We mentioned earlier how we had like our cosplays and how we were edgy as a kid, and they mentioned how I was like a Grim Reaper. So I was like, I know a bit about game development, but mostly on using Game Maker Studio and RPG Maker, like the RPG Maker game series, so RPG Maker 2003, XP, and a bit of VX. I think I have MV downloaded. MV, which isn't really that all different from VX or XP, but so I had this like, I've made a few projects with these programs and stuff, so I've gone into it and I've like had world building like literally set up since like high school and stuff, and so like my initial depictions of myself as a Sona was like, I am like a human and like I'm like quiet and depressed. I'm like a Grim Reaper. My like magic is based on like darkness and like void, and I wield a scythe in battle, even though I know it's impractical as a weapon because I watched Soul Eater and Ruby. I wear all white, stuff like that. Those are all literally accurate, very accurate descriptions of it. And it's stupid. The thing of all that is like, oh yeah, I'm like depressed. I like fight monsters with my darkness powers of magic. You know, scythe swinging around. I'm so emo. You know, like wearing white would be horrible in battle and stuff. It's really funny to think of how that like completely shifted, and now I'm like, oh my god, I like acknowledge myself as like, I hate people. People are stupid, but I love them at the same time. And how it completely shifted to me like liking fire as like a whole elemental thing for myself, and like, now here we are. It's fascinating to see how that like completely transitioned for me. Like I remember one of my old art. I remember because I still have like my old art from high school and stuff like in binders, and so one of them was like just some like not reference sheets, but like character lineups, and like my depiction of myself and my friends were on there, and like mine was like, oh yeah, this is so and so. He likes death, and I'm like, yeah, I guess he sure does. Because it's a Grim Reaper of some sort. Straight up, yeah, likes death. Absolutely horrible. Oh my gosh. And now I'm here, I'm like, yeah, I can embrace a little happiness and stuff once in a while, you know, that sort of thing. You feel like you went the opposite way? Go back to when Derek was the Ubisoft baby Game Boy archetype, oh my gosh. And now he's so full of trauma and being a whore, oh no. I was also, oh my gosh, I was also a furry, surprise, in like middle high school. Wow. No wonder I'm a furry now, but I had like this other main furry character that was my little pedal on my chair, that I shipped myself with, and it was just like this like fox character, and I was like, yeah, he's like also like my butler, and like we love each other, and I look back at it now, and I'm like, yeah. I see also how you made this furry fox character Japanese because you were a weeaboo back then. Please bring him back. No. No. He stays back in my past, locked away forever. I would actually envision him like really, really differently now. I would actually envision him like more as like a full-on like hipster sort of guy like now if I were to like bring him back fully and revamp him. Like I would definitely envision him as a straight up like, oh, I go to cafes and enjoy their coffee blends. Hipster, like, listens to vinyl records and like stuff like that, you know, like I read, I love literature, I love young adult fiction. No, it's not influenced by that one visual novel, no, I just had this thought for a while now if I like ever actually like brought him back, because I have to acknowledge my origins. Used to be sad and edgy, and now you're sad and edgy, but it's different. Oh. I hope younger me would be happy knowing that I'm not as depresso and freaky. I hope they're happy to know that I do some amount of sad, edgy art. I'm trying to get better with doing that, which horror art is not coming to me as easily as I would hope for it to. Which maybe I should do sketches for that. Since I said I wanted to do sketches for this month, and you know, as a makeup instead of doing an October-long art prompt list. I was influenced by a lot of furry content, especially the Japanese side of things. And so there was this really well-known visual novel, a Japanese visual novel in the furry community that never got finished, but it is like super well known, and I know that influenced me a lot, honestly. I definitely had quite a few OCs that I made that I don't know if I should ever bring them back or anything, but I definitely had them. I had like, in like that game development like this main project that I had, obviously I had myself and my friend, and the stupid ass Fox Butler that I shipped myself with, and then I'd have some other OCs that I think I either planned or hoped to like put in there at some point. But I had these two who were like, were they Italian? Did I make them Italian? I'm searching up the name I gave them to see. Okay, the name I gave them was Italian, so their last name I gave them was Italian, so they must have been Italian. You appreciate colors and cute things now. You still only dress in black though. Oh, I cannot dress in entirely black. I am a little. Well, I do have all black stuff, so occasionally I will, but I prefer very colorful stuff. But properly color coded. Thank you. I had these two cat characters. They're like brother and sister, and so like they ran like a hot air balloon travel system, which is like, how is that feasible, Bonnie? It's like magic, so they could propel their balloon and get wrecked, nerd. I feel like I need to burp more. Anyway, and so one of them was like a normal, she was like normal, the sister was like normal, like cool, like oh my gosh, like tomboy or whatever. And then the guy was like Pua. P-U-A. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make the brother of this cat sibling combo of these Italian cats, I'm gonna make the brother a fucking pickup artist. Fucking stupid ass charismatic flirt with no riz whatsoever. So great, like you talk to him and he like immediately tries to riz you up, like, oh, hey there, baby, and it's like, okay. Stupid ass. That's the right choice? No, I hate it. Like, one of the characters I'm developing right now for my world building, I posted like one sketch of him earlier this year, and I'm like working on another sketch of him right now to like kind of more develop him as a character instead of letting it all sit in my head. Very completely not incorporating any of these concepts whatsoever. He is not gentle and obedient like a fox butler. He is not fucking flirtatious like this stupid ass Italian cat I made was. I made this cat to be a tough love sort of character, and I appreciate this character a lot as a culmination of a lot of things. Anyone who makes a bard in D&D, Lord Almighty. This is like when I played like a one-shot with my friend, and one of them, I don't think one of them was even a bard. I think it was like an assassin or like a rogue, and he like tried to seduce a stone statue in the Egyptian-themed fucking tomb we were in. Stupid ass. Italian cat, Japanese fox, butler versus master, Lord Almighty. I do have some other characters that I have yet to fully develop, and one of them is the rizzing pickup artist, stupid idiot, which eventually I will get around to developing him. Except he's actually hot. He's horrible, but everyone hates him. It's gonna take me a while to like get around to developing all these other characters that I have. Woo! That sort of thing. Your party had 2 bards and only the rogue got bitches? Oh my god. I still want to play more D&D, but I haven't had an opportunity or any openings to anyone that have given me that sort of thing. Wow, here it is. I have my list of OCs for my old world building ideas from like all the way back to like 2016. Yeah, here it is. The Italian cat, feline pickup artist. He engages in hot air balloon piloting, cooking, and clothes shopping. Where's the substance in this? Yeah, he shops at Uniqlo. Anyway. My personality is clothes shopping. I shop at H&M and Uniqlo. Did that. I forgot I had a second main furry character along with a fox butler. He was a pine marten, very cute. Love weasels, love ferrets and stuff. Love mustelids. And I designed his character to be like a complete homebody. Like he was like almost like hikikomori, like only stays in his room, fucking games all night. Stupid. Literally, it's like, it literally says right here, Pine Marten prodigy. He engages in online gaming, procrastination, and laziness. And so, I remember I designed him with, like, where he would show up, like, whenever you talk to him, he only shows up wearing his shirt and his underwear because he literally only stays inside anyway, indoors. And his haircut is like the emo kind of anime haircut where it's like swept to the side and covering one eye. Wow, I love these characters I developed. Wow, I can really see how interestingly developed these were. It's going to be so much effort if I tried to bring back some of these characters, but maybe we'll see. Since I mentioned these, I don't know if I feel like drawing them right now. It's a lot of effort on my part. Art painful. I don't really recognize much else. I also put like Places of Fantasy on this Google Keep note, and a lot of it consists of like places that have shown up in my dreams that I just decided to record. Wow, endless restrooms. Yes, that is a running theme in my dreams. Interesting. Ooh, okay. Fascinating. Oh, apparently I had this random world building idea where there's this new and popular religion called Taoism where they worship the holy cow. I feel like this exists already, but wow, we love honoring the cow's influence on humanity. All worship the holy cow. I think I was going to try to incorporate this to some extent into my fucking old gaming project that I had. Gods, did you take your meds? Did you take your meds today? I hope you took your meds. So do we need to have meds? Reminder for everyone. Take your meds, people! Oh my god. I don't think I'd have anything else on here that's specifically like... Oh. Of like old characters and stuff. I'm trying to remember. My favorite character was like... Or like... I think I developed him from like a character that I literally stole from like a Super Nintendo game. Yeah. Yeah, that's enough thinking from on that. Treat on my head stays where you left it. Okay. Scheduled treat time. It's except the treat is being normal. What Citrona? Just go buy Skittles and put that in like your medicine pill box. Happy pills daily. Dun, 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 dun. I have a lot of random, just full-ass random, like, world-building ideas. This one I got because I had a dream. This is really from March. Antidepressant withdrawals feel not good. Oh dear. I unfortunately do not know what tips to suggest for that because I have no experience with that whatsoever. Oh my god. Not me trying to load up my dream diary right now. No, no Suikage. I cannot do that on stream. I will not, I refuse. Let's see, I'm trying to find... Is this the inside version of the music? I forget. Ah, here it is. Megiddo 2. Fast and 18. Okay, yeah, I literally just note that I made a world building is literally just the our universe is a simulation. But a few of us get the power to access developer mode and have strong and quote unquote superpowers by being in developer mode. It's great! I don't know how this plot would end. It's literally just a bunch of existential crises about the fact that higher beings have created this universe and have put bugs into our universe by accident and stuff like that. Yeah. So fun. So world building. You had Culver's today for lunch? What is... I have not heard of Culver's. You did not take your meds? Oh dear. Culver's. Culver's. I have never heard of this restaurant at all. Fascinating. Ooh, burger. Custard butter burgers? What? What does that mean? Fascinating. It might be a Midwest thing. It's based in Wisconsin. That's probably why I haven't heard of it then. There are many things I don't know. Oh. The true bestie. I'm trying to think of like other random world buildings ideas that I've had that have popped up before. A bunch of my game projects that I develop are like, I think one was literally a ripoff of like the first Kingdom Hearts, and another one was just Mega Man Star Force, but all sort of ripoff. Yeah. Uh-huh. I remember the other thought that was flowing through my head. I think I might get FL Studio as the digital audio workstation program that I've been wanting to get. Because I mentioned that I've been wanting to get Ableton, but I think maybe I should get FL Studio at the end. I don't know when I'll get it. I'm very hesitant on going for it, but at least for like a more regular standard version with normal features, compared to Ableton, it's only like $200 for I think Ableton for like a standard. Because like they both have like the quote-unquote intro versions, and then the step up from that is like I guess what we would consider a standard version. So like FL Studio is like 200, but then Ableton is like 400 something. I can look it up right now. Ableton, FL Studio. Mute tab in case they start blaring music at me because they're music making software. The Ableton Live. Okay, I get it. Show me. Buy now, thank you. I'm not gonna buy it, but yeah, intro is like $80, and then standard is $350, and then suite is like $600. And then FL Studio is like Fruity Edition is like entry level, which is like 100, but then Producer Edition, which is like standard, is like good enough. As a base level, it's like only 200. And like if you can get a step up, which is a signature bundle where you get some additional stuff for only 300. So it's like it's an actual sale. It's like not a subscription sort of thing. It's like a one-time thing. You're just looking at this like I could make more music. Also not Cloud or whatever, where they can shut the service down. Yeah, because it's just I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't think that's like a thing that applies to this sort of thing, because that would be kind of interesting and weird. I mean, obviously they'd probably have to do a license check, obviously when you buy the software. Where's the license information for this? Question mark. Fascinating, okay. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can just install it on multiple computers, provided that you are literally the only one using it, sort of thing. What with all the stuff like Disney pulling films from Disney Plus, etc.? I sure hope that isn't the case, but FL Studio and like Ableton are like the biggest digital audio workstations that people use to make music, so I don't hear any weird issues with those that I know of, so it's like... eh. But I've just been thinking about it since I can afford it. I could go for it. This would probably be nicer than working with the program I have now, which is as nice as it is. It's like, it's still like people trying to work on it themselves. You know, it's a free software, which is like, gee, you know, it's literally the last update for LMMS that's been stable was back in 2020. So, you know, I'm working with software that can do to some extent what the actual industry software could do, but not fully there, sort of thing, which is like pain. Oh, look at all these sample packs. Anyway, are you still playing Suika game, Citrona? Oh my god. Citrona's playing Suika game. What a surprise. You're going cuckoo playing Suika game. So winning, gods. YouTube was recommending you some VTuber playing it earlier today. It's really spreading like wildfire. It is the current craze and trend, which is like cool, I guess. Hooray for being medicated! Good to hear. Well, I'm burping up all guava. Only guava. Guava, guava. Let's look more at FL Studio. Okay, I can only look so much at the features, but I feel like it's a lot of, I just have to like play around the program. I think there's like a demo program I can try out for free. I'll do that at some point, you know, when it's not the middle of a work week. Thank y'all for sticking around. I know this is just a plain chatting stream, but I appreciate the company. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if I'm actually gonna have like any like motivation to do something specific else on stream. I mean, not me forgetting to finish my train of thought. I don't know. Could do some world building stuff. Some ideation. What would we ideate? What would we do ideation on? Should we create a character? Should we create concepts? Should we create stories? Write? Develop a character? Maybe not develop a character, otherwise I feel like this will turn into like a Fish Biden thing that Citrona had. Did I used to have a lore page redeem? I did! It's still out of date. I'm still like very slowly trying to like update the journal, but I'm realizing a lot of things that I put on there that people have already like unlocked. I'm like, oh, I'm like hesitating because I'm like, I might remove this entry and not have it as part of the current world building, stuff like that. So it's like, it's a little jumbled at the moment because I've updated everything to be a little more up to date with some existing, like, you know, like Fireborn information is up to date with the current Fireborn information that I put in my world building, stuff like that. But then like anything that's just like a one-off thing, I'm like, oh, like what do I do with this? Do I keep this? Do I not keep this? And so that's been like a weird thing for me to figure out. We're open Google Drive. Actually, we've got Snow Wager is sleeping on Neopets. I haven't been able to go to Snow Wager in a hot while because I've been forgetting. Give me a moment, Folkerinos. Go, steal! Okay, never mind. Well, nice try anyway. Which lore? I like how my Schmorp lore is included in this for some reason. And I have the whole scaling triangle boson theory in here, which is based on string theory. So amazing. It is non-canon to any, absolutely non-canon whatsoever. Wow, we even had a charting of Schmorpians. Anyway, let's ignore that. I looked in this folder a while ago. I had like stories written out of stuff. Oh, I have world building memos. Ow, ow, I pulled out my hair. Ow, 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 ow. I put Lies of P stuff in here. Where did this Lies of P stuff get added? Show me my edit history. Version history. Oh, this Lies of P stuff I added in like June. Because that was when there's like a demo of the game still. Oh, cool. I like how I also put the Lake Nyos disaster and the Dancing Plague of 1518 in my notes also, as if I was going to somehow evidently use those in world building somehow. Maybe it's a sign that I should. Perhaps it's time for me to open up a Google document and do lore world building writing together. Okay, everyone, bear with me. We're going to do some writing of something. We do a story? Do a character? Is there like a prompt list? Okay, let's see. World building prompt generator. That doesn't make me spawn an entire world, at least. Please. City, country, continent, currency, fantasy race, laws, pet, planet, plant, solar system, species, terrain. Oh wow, it just like generates a whole bunch of shit. Fascinating. Eating. I'm looking for a prompt generator, not a generator. These actually just like produce. That's so fascinating. A succulent, a short cactus. Wow. Amazing. Okay, instead of that, how about y'all in chat give me an idea for anything. If you want to do a character or an evil entity or food or throw me something to write about and we're gonna do that. At least doing something else with my time. Are you saying you just got Suika, Citrona, or are you telling me I should use Suika as my writing prompt? Is that yes to you got Suika, or yes to using Suika as a prompt? Not both y'all saying yeah without any clarification. I don't know, like it. Sorry, I'm like, I don't know. I don't think the URL is that necessary to see. The more I think about this, I'm just gonna lock it out. Not like you can access this anyways. Canon? Damn. Okay. I could take this in so many directions, like salmon character, salmon world building. Salmon is for a desire. I'm fidgeting with my infinity cube right now as I think about this. Salmon. Okay. Not fidgeting. Hold on, I need to look up like a scientific name of salmonids. Salmonidae. Salmonidae. Salmonids. Salmon. That doesn't sound like a real word anymore to me. Potion. Hold on, let me like put this in like bold and italics, raise this, and make this heading. Okay. Potion of salmonid mating season. Cool. A rare potion seen only in the black market. Of seaside. What's a nicer name than town? A nicer word than town? Borough. The black markets of seaside districts. Hamlet is to Hamlet. Territory is to territory. It's too big. I need like town level. A rare, unstable concoction. Is that how you spell concoction? I think I might have Grammarly disabled. We'll see. A rare, unstable concoction seen only in the black markets of seaside districts. Salmon distribution. Salmon distribution. Hold on, y'all. North American, European, of Canadian seaside districts. The potion of salmonid mating season was developed as a sort of aphrodisiac, using inspired by the life cycle of local salmon. The potion is known in modern apothecaries more as a sort of poison in their brewing grimoires. Many ruffians? What's like a word? Ruffians? Not bandits. Not assassins, but like adjacent to assassin. Many, not bounty hunter. Many rogues. Many rogues. There have been multiple incidents recorded of head-seeking rogues sneaking droplets of this potion into the drinks of many bourgeois. How do you hold on? I don't know how to spell this. Of many a bourgeoisie. Google, give me synonyms for idiots. Thesaurus.com, I'm relying on you. Halfwits. And one infamously a vengeful son of a baron's butler had consistently painted the baron's beverages with the potion across a period of around half a year. It was thus discovered that excessive consumption of this potion would also cause salmonid, that's not how you spell salmonid, salmonid transformation, corporeal transformation of the consumer into a salmonid-esque form. The Baron first developed red, itchy skin with welts. What is a welt? Hold on. Is it like bad? A red swollen mark. But welts, especially on his back. Soon, the skeletal structure also began transforming. Painfully giving the Baron a more hunched and a more hunched appearance with a prominent underbite and versus Hive's pimple with prominent bumps. No, not me using prominence. Okay, with subtle bumps, especially on his back. Okay, prominent underbite and sunken yellowed eyes. I don't know what salmon eyes are called. Salmon eyes. Good enough, thank you. There goes the Baron Esmond, then book sales opportunities. Where did you think this was gonna go? The Baron was found after 7 months, deceased and decomposing in the master bedroom of his estate. His transformation accelerating so much that he had also developed that his respiratory system had so drastically changed to only feasibly work while underwater. Rudimentary gills had developed, albeit in an irregular and asymmetrical layout. That is okay. So asymmetrical does not have ass in it. Okay, cool. Good to know. On his neck, and his skin was extremely pale and was excreting mysterious was excreting a more slimy epidermal secretion. Oh my god! Latte! Oh my gosh, welcome in, Raiders! Hi, Latte! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid, Latte. Hi everyone, my name is Bonnie. I'm a cute little fire elemental that runs an inn in liminal space. And tonight, I'm not really doing much. I was originally supposed to do a drawing stream, but I haven't really felt motivated yet to work on anything yet, even though I was supposed to by tonight. So instead, we've just been chatting, and right now I'm just doing some world building exercises. Also, Pop, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. How was stream? How's just chatting? Were you just chatting, or were you also doing some other stuff? Let me drink some water. Hold on. I'm just doing some world building writing exercises because I feel like I need to be doing something else for tonight. So I just asked for something to write about from my chat travelers, and someone said salmon. So I am currently writing a description for a potion of salmon in mating season. Yes. You were playing some Fortnite and then you watched some TikToks to wind down for the night. Oh, nice. I hope you won your Fortnite games. Hope you slayed. Also, hello, Pop. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Oh my god, why are you holding a gun at me? This is such an interesting time for y'all to come into, especially because I'm writing about a potion of salmonid mating season. I'm currently trying to wrap up this current entry of after, hold on, add remark on a order eliminating the floors. That's such a long, complex sentence. That's going to turn into a run-on sentence. Thank you again for the raid, Latte. For everyone on my side, please check out Latte. Give them lots of love from Liminal Space, and check out their amazing gaming skills, because I'm sure Latte is an amazing gamer to play Fortnite. I'm sure they've won many a battle royale. And Latte and anyone else that came along with the raid, if you need to get some rest, get some water, get some food, get some sleep, lurk or leave, please feel free to do so. Absolutely no pressure. I will be here chatting and writing up the storm. Yeah. You just like making Gojo dance for real? You know what? That's very fair. It's very interesting to make the characters dance and stuff. Especially with all the different characters that you can actually play. I guess I can read y'all what I written for the salmon suggestion of like... So someone suggested I write about salmon, so I decided to make an item called a Potion of Salmonid Mating Season. A rare, unstable concoction seen only in the black markets of Canadian seaside districts, the Potion of Salmonid Mating Season was developed as a sort of aphrodisiac inspired by the life cycle of local salmon. The potion is known in modern apothecaries more as a sort of poison in their brewing grimoires. There have been multiple incidents recorded of head-seeking rogues sneaking droplets of this potion into the drinks of many a bourgeoisie half-wit. In one infamous study, a vengeful son of a baron's butler had consistently tainted the baron's beverages with the potion across a period of around half a year. It was thus discovered that excessive consumption of this potion would also cause corporeal transformation of the consumer into a salmonid-esque form. The Baron first developed red, itchy skin, with subtle bumps, especially on his back. Soon, his skeletal structure also began transforming, painfully giving the Baron a more hunched appearance with a prominent underbite and sunken yellowed eyes. The Baron was found after 7 months, deceased and decomposing in the master bedroom of his estate, after a few maids had remarked on a fishy odor emanating from the upper floors. Why do I have multiple question marks? There we go. His transformation accelerating so much that his respiratory system had so drastically changed to only feasibly work while underwater. Rudimentary gills had developed, albeit in an irregular and asymmetrical layout, on his neck, and his skin was extremely pale and was excreting a more slimy epidermal secretion. I need to wrap this up. Potions of this variety are no longer produced in the black market, though. No, we're just gonna leave it there. Ta-da! Okay, yay! Woo! That's an entry, alright. I'm gonna add some space before each paragraph. Change this custom spacing. Update the heading. Cool. Alright. Now that we're done with this, would anyone else like to give me a word, a concept to write about? Maybe Latte or any of our other raiders who have come to visit us here. It can be an object. It could be maybe if you want to see a character or an item or something. Bread, chocolate cosmos. Oh, you want me to write about bread or chocolate cosmos? I feel like I could do something with either of those. You're just naming random items. But you can't just list two, you gotta pick for me. I'm indecisive. I am going along with the flow. I should change my stream title. World building exercises based on chat ideas. Give me two. You can no longer think. Okay, flip a coin. Actually, no, we have a d20 command of 1 through 10 for the first one and 11 through 20 for the second one. Okay, we're writing about chocolate cosmos. Chocolate cosmos. There we go. Let's see. What should I do with this? I guess it could be a location. I should write it like a ship's log. I'll try. Log 69420 005. Paris. Back around, what the fuck? Okay, anyway. You can redact the dates and stuff. Okay, let me go get the Unicode blocks for that. Unicode block characters. I have an idea for this one, but I'm excited to see how this one will turn out based on that. We could do 005 here. Perfect! So slay! Well, I could change the highlight color to black. It was too late now. Now I don't have to think about dates. Saint Zacharias. Captain's log of the Saint Zacharias. Okay. Half a century. That's no, not with hyphens. Half a century has passed since the disaster in the Maroon system of Sector. I'm gonna go grab some random Greek letters right now. You're gonna head out and sleep, you're very tired. Thank you for the raid again, Latte, and the idea for the world building. I give you forehead kisses as you go to bed, mama mama. I hope you have good rest and good dreams. I hope this world building idea will be to your liking. Question mark, we'll see. Beta, and then we'll throw in a theta in there. A sector beta theta. Beta theta 02. Have a good rest of spring. You think this is really cool. Thank you. I need something to engage my brain, and we were talking about we were citing it to some world building talk while we were talking about Halloween stuff, and I don't know. It's fun to like write random stuff like this. Half a century has passed since the disaster in the Marine system of Sector Beta Theta 02. The Cytorians. The Cytorian Society has assigned my division to go investigate the remnants of what is now colloquially referred to as the Chocolate Cosmos. point, Thackerus's journey had only just begun. Some of our newest crewmates are already vomiting in the washrooms. Captain's log. Oh, 12. We have passed the orbit of outermost comet, Piss. I can't think of any other name, so this is going to be Piss Train for now, until I can think of a better name. We have passed the orbit of outermost comet Piss Train as we enter the Maroon system. As expected, you can also censor that too. No. I can't censor everything. Okay. As expected, the star. As expected, the star Maroon 5. That was not intentional, but here we are. Fine, I'll call it Maroon CM01. 05A. The binary stars, Maroon 5A and Maroon 05B are still stable and in the main phase of their lifespan. Because no. However, comparing the historical imagery of planets, Maroon, actually I think these should be Maroon 5 OA, and then this will be of Maroon 1, of Maroon 2, and Maroon 3. Look, the planets are now desolate husks, resembling the brown dwarf planets that already exist in this system. Historical record of Maroon 3. Note. Regulars, then. This information is to be provided only to members of the Korean society. I'm too lazy to think about any warnings on this spec. One of the major intergalactic exports of planet Maroon 3 was maroon sugar, a rare substance that provided multiple times the sweetness compared to regular glucose, used in gastronomic applications. Gastronomic and industrial applications. In fact, The overpowering properties of maroon sugar were known to be so intense that a black market of chocolate-like drugs began. Am I introducing black markets again? Began on other planets due to the concentration of maroon sugar being in gastronomic applications being limited by intergalactic federal law. Intergalactic FDA law. Food and drug. Intergalactic FDA. The technological advancements on Maroon 3 led to the development of 3D printed chocolate using maroon sugar in controlled quantities. During this process, Ithorians assigned to the Maroon system developed gastronomic nanobots to convert food waste back into usable and edible material. However, due to unknown interaction between the nanobots and maroon sugar, the programming of nanobots went awry and began converting organic material into the chocolate base used for maroon chocolate. This run-off system? Runaway system? This, instead of the... What is like a more scientific way to say plastic? Instead of the synthetic polymer wastes left around on Maroon 3. Sure. Captain's log. Ugh, this is so much writing. Why is this so long? Why am I choosing to write so much about this one? 27. Ship engines, half failed, and auxiliary power generators are beginning to also show lack of connection with rest of ship. I'm using this log to send a message, assuming it also does not vanish with our existence. all of my crewmates have been have mysteriously vanished. The ship is I'm gonna make this as page 1. The ship's external shells have somehow broken away due to a mysterious invader. I do not know if I will survive. Oh, how dramatic. Okay. Amazing. Yay. Okay. Historical records of Maroon 3, page 2. Actually, no, this will be page 24 and this is page 23. Okay. Praetorians on Maroon 3 attempted to eliminate the runaway nanobots by launching them into the atmosphere in a missile combined with various explosives, ensuring the destruction of the nanobots. However, they completely underestimated, or they did not foresee also that the nanobots would continue converting inner missile circuitry and explosive material into the maroon chocolate substance that their erroneous programming had instructed them to do. As a result, the improper explosion of the missile with what remaining material it had spread the nanobots back across the entirety of the planet, eventually converting the entire planet into a makeshift enormous sphere of chocolate. It is presumed that some nanobots also remain in the interplanetary medium, and as such it is discouraged for most intergalactic travelers to enter the Maroon system due to uncertainty about the about how far spread the nanobots were from the missile's explosion. Okay, cool. There we go. This is so long. It's so much longer than the Salmonid potion. Do I need to read this one out to y'all too? Or do we all get the gist of this one? Yes, pretty much. The idea is that, and not the message shaking because of Hyper. I guess the idea I had was Chocolate Cosmos, named not one because of a region of space that became a major exporter of really popular sugar and chocolate and sweets, but also too because their scientific advancements would lead them to creating technology that they could no longer control and would completely rebel against them in the form of turning everything into the material that they were intending to create in the first place. And it's this common sci-fi bad ending involving nanobots where they just convert anything they touch into whatever it is that they need to do. Yeah, I think usually it's like they convert whatever material they are into other nanobots, but it's like the same thing. So it's the implication that the ship that has went to investigate Maroon 3, or I guess the Maroon system, has in fact come in contact with the presumed nanobots that were supposedly also launched into the interplanetary medium of the system, thus meaning the system itself is not at all safe to traverse without, like, not even, like, just even passing by would be unsafe, much less landing on the planet, because the nanobots just exist and are out there waiting for material to attach to turn them into chocolate. Very cool, very nice. Was there a Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy episode where, like, Billy turned into chocolate for some reason? I don't remember why. I just remember he turned into chocolate and then he just, like, ended up as a chocolate head at the end or something. I don't remember, but I remember that because I remember the scene where he, like, reads out, like, the chocolates that he has to eat, and, like, one of them is like an antidote and the other ones don't help, and he just eats all of them, even though he literally reads out antidote chocolate and all the other flavors. Okay. Anyone else have any other suggestions for world building writing while I can still think of stuff? Or while I'm still able to think of stuff? Otherwise, I could just end stream here. Be a short stream. I'm also tempted to play Tunic because this music is not, it's helping in the Tunic sort of way. Should we try a character description? Would anyone like to give me something to make a character about? That isn't Fish Biden adjacent. Okay. Ugh. I can't trust any of y'all with that. Your suggestion is not guaranteed to be accepted. Let me also state that as a just in case. I'll try to get on my case. You say this like you like Fish Biden. I don't know. There are other people here who maybe were here for the creation of Fish Biden. I think saying it would be funny. I wouldn't put it past you. I don't know, you'd probably be like, ooh, because I've been cursed with this, Bonnie, I will also curse you with this. Hee hee hoo, ooh ooh. Heart hands. I like how plastic pollution is like one of the first few things you see on the page about plastic on Wikipedia. So, ooh. Wow. There's a government-authorized garbage island of Stila, Fushi, in the Maldives. An artificial island created by government decision in 1991 as a municipal landfill. War. I'm too sick of the nanobots. Cursed candy corn? Cursed candy corn. Hold on, let me give some more spacing. 35. Should I do a character about cursed candy corn? Should I do an item? I feel like item would be easy. Cursed candy corn. What would it do? What I'm trying to think of. I have some ideas. They're like obvious ideas. I'm trying to like move past those and work beyond that. First, candy corn. Well, let's look up some stuff about candy corn. Maybe that'll give me some less superficial ideas. Candy corn flavored Oreos, wow. Easter candy corn? Harvest corn, a variation that's popular, adds cocoa powder. Wow. In the United States during Independence Day celebrations, there's freedom corn? What the frick? What the heck? Okay, anyway. Candy corn, cursed candy corn, cursed candy corn, cursed candy corn. I'm trying to think. I don't want to make this like easy on myself. Someone give me a random name that would sound like a good name for a town. Doesn't need to be like a super cool name or anything, just like a town, a hypothetical, theoretical town name. Poplicore, okay, thanks. The town of Poplicore has banned candy corn for many decades. Though the reason why is obscured by the darkness. Stupid. The reason why is lost upon the current descendants of those that suffered at the hands of cursed candy corn. Good job on Suika. Rowdy teenagers love discovering unsavory magical circle spells on the internet. Sometimes to summon a hot demon stripper, which never goes well in regards to the house insurance. And sometimes to summon. And sometimes to place curses on the popular girl in the local high school who seemed too eager to feel Okay, sorry, the second most popular girl at the local high school seemed too eager to steal to... Okay, fine, these are separate words. Who seemed too eager to have sex with. The most popular girl's boyfriend, Chad. A certain group of teenagers decided to experiment on Halloween with a magical circle spell that infused whatever food item was placed in the circle with marijuana. Surprisingly, in square brackets, there were not that many people. Okay, why did I say decades? For many years. If the internet exists, maybe it should just be years. Surprisingly, there are not that many spells, that many successful spells that made that properly infused items with marijuana. The teenagers used candy corn, a controversial candy of the Halloween season, as their medium on which to get high. However, they had downloaded the incorrect spell from the internet and would suffer greatly as a result. The teenagers had also given the candy corn to some of their younger siblings after they had determined, after consuming said candy corn, that the spell had failed and the candy corn, in fact, did not make them high. Victims ranging from ages 6 to 17, 18, I don't know. The teenagers and children and their siblings were all found dead approximately a week after consuming the candy corn due to the candy corn developing an abnormal growth? Due to the candy corn abnormally growing into branching like not antlers. Beside antlers. Come on, give me a synonym. Come on. Horns? No. Branch. Maybe I should just search a branch. Branch? Are offshoots? To branching offshoots that pierced through their dendritic growth. Sure, sounds good. To abnormal candy corn dendritic growth that pierced through their stomachs and emerged from their bodies. The parents who had examined the candy corn and discovered the spell that they had attempted was in fact a growth spell specifically meant for crops, or meant for agricultural use. Sure, there you go. Any remaining candy corn that was discovered to still exhibit the aforementioned anomalous property on exposure to excessive moisture have been sealed up in a box. I wanted to say a box. Are there terms for like small little boxes to like seal things away? Is that a thing that has terminology? Pandora's box. Pandora's box. Synonym for reliquary is definitely not the one I want to use. We're gonna use reliquary because I can't think of it. Have been sealed up in a reliquary meant to contain any magic within. I'm going to change the first paragraph and change it to: the town of Popplecourt has placed various restrictions on internet access for all of its residents for many years. There we go. Okay, there you go. Cursed candy corn. Yay! Perfect for the spooky season. Congrats on Suika, Moth King. I don't know, I wanted to make this not as superficial, but it's kind of hard. All the typical stuff I thought of for candy corn was like, oh no, you turn into candy corn. Your teeth turn into candy corn. You're eating a candy corn creature. You're stuff like that. Your corn turns to candy. Yeah. So I guess in this case I wanted to do it as a way as a innocuous sort of like candy is like give me a moment, y'all. Yeah, I don't know, I guess just the idea that kids fucked around and they suffered because of it. They died. And also I think there's like the whole fucked up idea that teenagers can do something stupid that also like can cause a lot of harm also to like other people, which is why there's the part where they also had given the candy to their siblings, which also killed them because they chose to do something stupid, and and families are devastated as a result. Hooray! This is why you pay attention to the spells that you use. I hope that satisfies your idea of cursed candy corn toad. Not sure. It was really hard. I don't know. It was like, I think I was trying to go for like, it's not inherently the candy corn that was cursed. It's just where the whole spell casted on it thing came in. So great, yeah. Should I do another one? Should I write one more and then wrap it up? Was it a bit different than what you were vaguely thinking, but you like it? Hooray! I don't think I was necessarily trying to base this on the whole old wives' tale where it's like if you swallow like a seed from a fruit, it'll start growing inside of you. Maybe I was inspired by that like subconsciously. But like that old thing where it's like, oh, if you like swallow a seed by accident, it'll like, it'll start growing inside of you and stuff like that. Or like, don't they say like if you like swallow chewing gum and like stays in your body for so many years or something? You've been fine with it as a curse because it's passed through and they collected at the sewage plant and washed it every bag, kind of urban legend thing. I was thinking of trying to take that sort of route, but I wasn't sure how I would end this story with the kind of like cursed candy corn is probably still being distributed sort of thing. If anything, I was also alternatively thinking of like maybe the teenagers decided to give away the candy corn as trick-or-treat candy, which makes it worse because almost everyone in the town would die. And then there's paranoia across the entire town because then they wouldn't know if it's just the candy corn or if it's like there's other candy that they have, that their children might have, that might like kill them, and so they like start like just not having Halloween and banning candy, whole like fucking conspiracy theory all around town, as all their families' children's are dying and stuff like that. Yeah. This is fun. It's kind of weird to like think of like miniature plot lines, because that's like kind of what I'm also trying to do. Because it's like it's fun to have items. It's also fun to kind of give them backstories to like anecdotes of how the items have been used. And it's like I think it's also a good example of that. You have to take some time to like sit down and really develop ideas, to really get them going somewhere that you really like. I can sit down and pump out these ideas, but I have to like look at them more closely and like, proofread and improvise. Improve, not improvise. The ideas to like refine them and stuff. I'll do one more. Maybe let's make it a little more silly. Because I literally all of these describe death, now that I think about it. At least one person has died in each of these items. Stupid. Hi Reese, hello, yeah. It's just it's a chill just chatting stream, and I decided I'd also do some world building writing to just kind of like make my brain go beep boop. Do some stupid stuff with friends in chat also. I'm trying to prep. We'll maybe do one more entry, then I'll wrap up the night, because I was originally going to do art tonight, but I am not feeling it just yet. So hopefully Thursday night he'll be ready for it. I kind of want to do something related to Citrona to make fun of them, but that would be a lot of effort. Watermelon. The case of the hypnotic watermelon. Citrona began watching a TV program with a cute watermelon mascot. They became hypnotized by the watermelon mascot forever. You're reading the Sex with the Most Popular Girls BF chat part. It's something. Do you want me to read? Would you like me to read the entries that I've had so far for everyone? So I guess for some of y'all that maybe missed some of it or haven't heard of the other ones yet, or I've just gotten here. Baby sensory video. I'll start with the first one that we wrote, which was Salmon, suggested by... I think it was Moth. I might be wrong. Yeah, it was Mothking who suggested Salmon. So I wrote this entry called Potion of Salmonid Mating Season, a rare, unstable concoction seen only in the black markets of Canadian seaside districts. The Potion of Salmonid Mating Season was developed as a sort of aphrodisiac inspired by the life cycle of local salmon, and I now realize if I just reread everything, I'm going to die, so I'm going to summarize it. The Potion of Salmonid Mating Season is known as a poison because there have been multiple incidents where people have poisoned people by it, and there's been one case where the vengeful son of a Baron's butler had consistently put this potion in the Baron's beverage across 6 or 7 months. And the Baron started transforming into a salmon-like creature where he started getting red itchy skin with bumps on his back, and his skeleton also started shifting, which I forgot to put that it was painful. He started complaining about pain all the time. Where he started having a hunched appearance, and he started having an underbite and sunken yellow eyes, and after 7 months he was found dead in his bedroom, decomposing after the maids were like, "It smells like fish." And it's because his transformation had went so far that his respiratory system also adapted to work only underwater. And his skin was pale, he excretes slime, and people don't make this potion anymore. Woohoo! Is it any world building idea? Are there conditions? It's just whatever comes to mind when you give me something. So Mothking literally just gave me salmon, so I just took salmon and was like, I'm going to do an item, and I'm going to do an anecdote about the item. I also have a right of refusal, depending on how really bad it is. The second one, we got a raid from the lovely Latte, so I decided to do, but they gave me the idea of Chocolate Cosmos, and so I did this kind of in a captain's log sort of way, combined with some historical documents. Basically, the captain's going into the Maroon system to explore what is now called the Chocolate Cosmos, because the Maroon planet Maroon 3 of the Maroon system had developed Maroon sugar as a major export across the galaxy, or I guess between galaxies, I don't know. And it was such a major export, and it was like a drug sometimes. And then eventually the technology developed where they started 3D printing chocolate and developing nanobots to just basically quickly create or imitate maroon sugar in the chocolate that they put it in. But their programming went awry, and the nanobots began also converting organic material into chocolate. And so the entirety of the Maroon system is now desolate because the planets and all the people living on them have been converted into chocolate by the nanobots. And the ship that went to go investigate after all this happened is also gone because the nanobots, they attempted to destroy the nanobots by shooting a missile into the air, but the nanobots also chewed through the stuff in the missile, which completely threw off any, written down, measurements and, numbers and stuff that they were like, yeah, this explosion of this and this energy will definitely destroy all the nanobots. Well, they eat all of that too, bitches. And so the explosion spread the nanobots across the entire planet and contributed to everyone dying because they returned to chocolate. And also, because of the explosion, there could have been some nanobots sent throughout the system. The entire planetary system. Yay! Woo! Exciting! Yay! And then the one I just finished writing is about cursed candy corn. It is Toad's suggestion of cursed candy corn. So I did an item. The town of Poplicore has placed various restrictions on internet access for all of its residents for many years. The reason why is lost upon the current descendants of those that suffered at the hands of cursed candy corn. Basically, rowdy teenagers like to discover, like magic spells on the internet. Maybe they're like, oh, I want to summon a hot demon babe with big boob. Or sometimes they want to place curses on like the second most popular girl at the local high school who seemed too eager to have sex with the most popular girl's boyfriend named Chad. Stuff like that. Around Halloween time, these teenagers were like, ooh, let's get high, let's put some marijuana in our Halloween candy. So they got a spell from the internet, tried it on their candy corn, and they're like, oh, this ain't doing anything. I'm not feeling the high from this. They're like, it's regular candy corn, let's just give it to our siblings who are like, younger than us, ranging like all the way down to 6 years old. But unfortunately, they all died after they ate it because the spell they put on their candy corn was one that made it grow, that is specifically for agricultural use. And so what happened was that the candy corn that they consumed reacted to the moisture within their bodies, did not properly get digested, and began growing dendritic sprouts like branches and began piercing through their entire organs before sprouting from their skin. Yeah. Woo, cursed candy corn! Oh, these are quite morbid. I may not be able to do morbid art yet, but I can definitely write it. Or at least get somewhere close to it, I hope. I'm sure someone can actually write a good story about these, instead of me just doing very quick anecdotes about these. But I can see the visuals at least as I do these, because I can visualize the apple in my head. Which apparently is researching as a meme on Twitter, for whatever reason. What if another species became the most intelligent dominant species rather than humans? Like cats or something. Okay. Intelligent cat species. Okay. Warrior cats. I'm just kidding. Here into a parallel dimension where cats are the dominant species. Felis Homo, I'm just kidding, Felis Sapien. It's their species name. And we can see quite a few differences in their developing histories, civilization. We can see the prominence of poo and conditioner being sold in much bigger bottles than we would as humans. We see We see cats, little meow meows. We see bridges and pathways, much too narrow for our clumsy feet, yet allow for major foot traffic of cats to be on their way to their 8 to 5 day job. Good night, Toad. Have good dreams. I give you 4 head kisses as you go to bed. Mama, mama. It was a fun, if morbid, time with these shorts. Hee hee. I think silly streams are important. I just want to most definitely a silly stream. Ow. I don't know if I'll necessarily have this VOD available on YouTube after, but who knows. In their history, we see a more quickly developing industry of meat production for their different diets. Yet, if we pierce superficial veil of their this word just popped up into my head and I'm like, that's definitely not a word I need here. Of their intellectual endeavors. We see a different side of things. You see a Geneva Convention that bans the usage of citrus fruits used in gases and sprays. We see legislation. We see battles of legislation placed on whether or not feline citizens should be allowed to have sharpened claws out in public. Did I not spell gases right? Fine. We see drastically altered ecosystems whose avian and rodent population are less present, or perhaps replaced with other keystone species. Is that all I can think of right now? Oh, what a jolly good time. Look at those cats. Smoking catnip on their break. Under break. From their 825 day job. What a silly thing. That's it. That's how I'm ending it, because right now I'm trying to think of like other things to like put into this world building, but I can't think of anything else at the moment. How would they accommodate their zoomies? I guess it goes in this here also. We see life insurance and home. We see life, health, and house insurance policies include clauses that we never thought to include, such as spontaneous hyper energetic incidents. Your cat brought a live bird into your room and chased it under furniture? Oh, poor bird. I hope the bird is okay, but also cat. It's hard to think any further on this because I can't think of like, do I want them to still be quadrupedal? Am I going to be stupid and be like, oh, they're bipedal now when they're intelligent, you know, that sort of thing. So I'm trying to like not necessarily go in a certain direction that makes that distinction here or there. But I think there's definitely quite a big difference if we inherit some stuff from like cats. So like Cinter's boots being used as weaponry because it's a common, you know, it's a natural thing that they could use as weaponry, stuff like that. Claws. Yeah, your ecosystems. Want to look at it from realistic POV, they would probably have to be bipedal to do this. I mean, maybe they develop more prominent, like, opposable thumbs, and maybe can switch between quadrupedal and bipedal. I think a lot of visual media that depicts cat in a more as sentient but not necessarily like fully anthropomorphic, I think kind of bounces between those options. Trying to think what else. I mean, I guess there'd be supersonic weaponry too that it wouldn't affect us, but they'd probably also have sound-based weaponry. It probably would not be any different, just higher frequencies. Maybe like laws against like grabbing or biting people by the scruff of their neck. You know, like battery. Battery sort of felony, I guess. Or like grabbing other cats by the scruff. Supersonic weapons should be a war crime. Yeah, they really should not be allowed. Where's my tab? Okay, the architecture. built without warlords or the moon, allowing for major air circulation. Feasible in the mild temperament. In the mild seasons of the year. We see a lack of stairs and elevators, instead ledges across which they cross effortlessly to reach their office cubicle and be berated by their abusive bosses. It can be good for accessibility. Well, do you think cats would develop the concept of accessibility? I suppose if they're intelligent, they hypothetically would. I think there's this one anthropologist that came up with the idea that the major idea of civilization comes with the idea that... what did you say? Scratch that idea. I think someone said the idea is if they have the idea to not let people be left behind, which involves accessibility. The Geneva Convention doesn't mean they have a Geneva Convention that's exactly equal to ours. They just have something that vaguely resembles our Geneva Convention. And this is one of those great things where it's really great to try to think about this sort of stuff, but you can't. Anything that you try to impose in trying to do world building on this is inherently flawed because we tend to try to see this from an anthrocentric viewpoint. So we try to impose our own equal values of morals, ethics on them. But there can only be so many equivalents, especially when we're trying to work with something that may have extremely different experiences, depending on how much from like their quote-unquote primitive species we want to pass into the more intelligent species. So there could be accessibility, assuming they are intelligent, because the sign, it's the quote-unquote sign of intelligent species is the idea that they don't leave sick/injured kin behind. So they could have developed ledges as a way to get up and down altitude-wise, but they could change it to develop it into something as just ramps, which would just be connected ledges. And then in regards to, like, for example, the altered ecosystems, would they care about biodiversity as much? Would we see more timber industry? Would we see more trees fallen in order to create better architecture and stuff? Would they have insurance in the first place? Are we just assuming that they would have insurance because that's something that we have in our societies that we're just imposing on this world building exercise? Would you even have an 8 to 5 day job? And don't know. I like the funny ideas of haha, they'll also have cat towers, or they'll also have zoomies, but it's as unrealistic as trying to impose onto them our human aspects, and trying to come up with, you know, a quote-unquote intelligent cat species. Both ideas have their inherent flaws, no matter what. So obviously here, this is me admitting, obviously, all of this entire world building is inherently flawed, no matter how close it is to source material or how far it is from source material. That is it's very paradoxical, but that is how it is. Like once we, as soon as we started assuming, are they quadrupedal, are they bipedal to do this stuff, that's I think it should have been a great point where we realize, oh, this is already starting to become difficult and flawed in order to do something like this. I guess it also, I guess we'd also have to examine, if we're really trying to take from source material, I guess we'd also have to examine how they form groups in cats. Idle hierarchies. What are documented research studies on how cats, for example, treat, in terms of accessibility, how would they treat, injured members of their pack, for example? Very difficult to make it realistic because realistically cats would never have become the dominant species. That's true, but that's not necessarily relevant to why it's difficult to make it realistic. That is a point in this, but that's not the point that's relevant to this. If that makes sense. Right? It's not the fact that this isn't realistic at all, it's the point that are we trying to see this as literally just a human equivalent of, oh, these are cats, they're just intelligent as, these are intelligent humans but cats? Or are we trying to do this as cats but intelligent? And how far can we take that makes sense, sort of thing, right? This would be ledges and rats. They're not very social, so they don't really have packs to begin with. Interesting. Would they develop societies? I may just be trying to assign them as humans but are cats. It's really annoying to do that. In captivity, though, cats that do have disabilities aren't treated very different. I don't know. As much as a valid discussion it is, I don't think it's very okay to start treading into the realm of should our intelligent cat species be ableistic. If I'm being honest. You've also read that the clawed cats develop mental illness because of their inability to do stuff, and also because they become easier targets for other cats, especially outdoors. I see. I feel like this is now starting to inherently deep dive into humanity and how inherently flawed humanity is. and how blah 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 is humanity doomed because of inherent racism and ableism. God. Anyway, it is, you are perfectly fine, Reese. You have brought up a very valid point, which makes me think about, which reminds me of like something important that that people have to keep in mind with world building, and it is the fact that you have to look at it at a very more objective lens that isn't biased, and it can be hard to do that because a lot of the fictional media that we're exposed to doesn't necessarily do that, right? But it's also like, what if that actually is realistic? Like, civilizations do head towards that manner, right? But not like we have any proof for that, and we don't have any proof against it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Kelly's homophobic, oh my god. Okay. I don't know. I don't like this as much anymore, thinking about it that way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I do apologize. I think maybe I approached this with a more flawed idea of implicating? No. Imprinting how human civilization developed into this prompt in a way that makes more sense for Kat. But I don't know, I don't like it. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I don't like the way this developed. The more I look at this. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's not supposed to be that serious of a thing, but someone who's like really serious about world building and lore and stuff, I like some of these deeper things, which is why all of these things are very anecdotal, because I go into like really extreme details. And I really am fascinated by the idea of anthropocentrism, especially because of one particular friend of ours that I think really mentions it a lot, because it's like I think like the most easiest anecdote to this is like Splatoon. We have inklings and octolings that are sentient squids and octopuses, but they also eat squids and octopuses in their society. And then, you know, we would look at it as like, oh, isn't that like basically cannibalism? Or are we imprinting our own human morals and ethics onto a completely different civilization, for example, right? Imagining what it's like these that we will never objectively know the answer to is hard, because it's like so close to reality, but at the same time it could be extremely not reality turned out to be, yeah. And it's also like really difficult because like with the accessibility discussion, for example, it's like, can it inadvertently fall into a way where it's like discrimination is a thing that inherently exists? For example, in my own world building, I've talked about literally where other elementals are quite literally racist toward fire elementals because of the birthing and environmental circumstances from which these elementals are born and created, for example. That sort of thing. And, you know, of course, you know, God forbid, you know, people just want to have silly little fantasy world where that doesn't exist, you know? You also have very blatant examples of fantasy racism in your universe, yeah. It's complex. I've actually seen some stuff where it's like, oh, you know, some people do want perfect fantasy worlds without any of the little the ting stuff of like racism and ableism, but then there's also like the sense of idea where it's like, oh, I don't think it's or not I as an I, but like they also see it as a way of where you're kind of wiping away. Like, for example, if you stick a wheelchair user into the universe and it's like, boom, thanks to amazing fantasy powers, they do not have to rely on being a wheelchair user anymore, for example. And it's like, well, it's like, what is the wording here? You don't want it so perfect that you like wipe these fully away, right? It's like saying, as much as I try not to get into super deep topics, I guess it is kind of relevant to this, so I do apologize in advance, but it's like, for example, it's like saying, I don't see color, because it's, as you say, it's dismissive, and it's kind of like not giving any room for any actual discussion on it, and just kind of like, yeah, here you go, here's a one-off thing, and just no longer an issue. You're turning a blind eye to it, right? It's kind of interesting to explore because it's centered around birds of prey versus smaller prey birds and those dynamics. I see. 60% of the reason why you started reading Witch Hat Atelier because people were talking about how a character in that manga is disabled and has a wheelchair, but if the wheelchair was made with the in-universe mechanics. I see. Fascinating. We're not on this window. Witch Hat Atelier. Only those form with magical abilities can be a witch. Amazing. This guy has a beard. His haircut is stupid. And I'm kidding. Anyway. Innate magic users. Wow, runes. Okay. Interesting. This reminds me of like the Owl House, but a darker turn. Not that Owl House is dark enough already with its plot, but it was super cool because it was like, yes, this is a disability aid, and they made the effort to fit it into the universe without just magicking away, and you think that's what matters? Yeah. Yeah. This is fascinating. Is this long? Do they have an animation? Anime? It was announced that the series will receive an anime adaptation, announced in April 2022. Well, I'm not good at reading, but we'll see. Okay, I keep getting confused because every time I pull up my little taskbar on Windows, it like shows that I have DMs in Discord, and I'm like, I did read them, but I marked them as unread so I wouldn't forget that I have them unread. It's a pretty manga because it feels like those old fairy tale books. Okay, well, bringing it back to this. I don't give a stop. Yeah, I don't. I guess if we have to be specific, we see something akin to a Geneva Convention. I don't know. Would they have insurance? Insured. Would they have a currency? Now this is where it starts getting really deep. I still need to do research on like economy stuff and currency. Like, will they have that? Will they not? Yeah, I don't know. I think fantasy is still an interesting. You can still have these concepts, is the thing, and it's an interesting thing to see. Bartering? Maybe they could have bartering. It's like, I talked about it before a while ago when I talked about wanting to do more world building. The reason why money, independent of any concept, develops is to assign a standard value to an item that people barter / trade with, right? So then the question is, would the civilization see it as necessary to establish a standard currency? Is the thing, right? These kind of world building exercises, like trying to translate a word that there isn't an exact equivalent to. You can try to make sense of it on your terms, but you won't get the concept entirely because it belongs to a different world. Yeah, it's like the idea of, you know, just like, I don't know. I know how to describe it. In Splatoon, we have the Salmonids, and their civilization, like, they literally, like, are okay with, like, dying, for example. You know, there's, like, things are vastly different. Like, maybe they also are okay with cannibalism, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have accessibility, because they're like, yeah, you're closer to death, or whatever, you know? Like, something that's messed up on our terms, right? Now I'm thinking, because you mentioned the thing about how cats can develop mental health illnesses by being declawed, Citrona, and I'm like, does that mean they would be ableist? Now I'm like, oh, that is really getting dark. Like, maybe this is like like you work or you die sort of society, like worse than ours, like capitalism to the extreme, right? Like, maybe we should be thinking, like, stretching it. Maybe it's supposed to make us uncomfortable. And you know what? That's okay. I think we should feel uncomfortable. Not to mean it as a joke, but I think these are like topics that don't get talked about a lot, and I think it's something we should discuss because it will pop up in things innocuous like building a fantasy world, right? And I think we need to be okay with stumbling over our words and thinking deeply about these things to put something new together that feels like a better epiphany. Is murder moral in Splatoon? Asking the important questions. I feel like it is not moral in the Splatoon world. They splat each other, but that's not like death, depending on how you view the world building. Ableism is philosophy of a lesser sentience? Like it's like, do you mean it as a, like it's an idea that only doesn't always necessarily come about, right? Because there is the possibility of some species that feral species. I guess we should start being specific. Some feral species that don't necessarily like, you know, they're like, oh no, you hurt your leg, and goodbye. Versus we stick with the pack, because I think wolves do that, right? Unless they don't, then I'm sorry. I clearly don't know anything about animals. Why am I trying to design an intelligent cat species civilization? That's why dogs are more open about their issues. What we're saying is, it's not that it's not that cats will be ableist in this world, it's that there is no concept of accessibility because the cats won't... They will literally make it seem like there isn't a need for accessibility. Cats tend to hide when they're in pain because they don't develop support systems like that normally. Don't birds also function in a similar manner where they like attempt to hide when they are not in a good state? These are fascinating revelations that we're having. Sorry. Birds just die? Okay, Zadrona. Okay. You had the idea of, sorry, I like getting caught up in the deeper machinations of like the philosophical implications of like world building in general. You had the idea of fish skills as currency. That would be super cute. I think if we're thinking of this in like a more innocent, let's not get deeper into the morals and ethics of a civilization sort of thing. That's really cute. If you're gonna build a society, then you kind of have to like adopt that we live in a society mindset. Yeah. This is so weird. I'm having a deep philosophical conversation and you're like, what if they use fish scales as coin? Hehe. Because it's like, I want to feel uncomfortable talking about the less cool stuff, or like the stuff of like, you know, how racism and ableism comes up in fantasy worlds, right? Even though I, you know, sometimes, you know, a lot of the I am also trying to like not necessarily have quote unquote politics talked on stream, but I also think as someone who is queer and a person of color that we should also be able to have these conversations, right? Because our existence is quote unquote politicized. Whatever. Or rather, I think we can talk about it in a productive way, right? You enjoy listening to it, you're just not good at contributing to them, that's fine. I'm also like a listener. I'm technically being more of a listener in this conversation right now, because it's like, I'm more putting out the questions and ideas and being like, wait, is this preconceived notion that I have, is that like correct, right? Like me being like, oh, should this civilization have ableism? Should it have racism? What are the like ideas that are leading me to ask these questions, right? It's the idea that are we putting anthrocentric ideas onto other civilizations and sort of stuff, and it's like, and then it, you know, starts branching off into other things, right? Exploration of the taboo. And it's okay to not be, you know, like fully like descriptive with your thoughts if you're like, you know, it's like, oh, this feels right, or this feels wrong, you know? But you don't necessarily, you can't necessarily word why, that, you know, that's okay too, right? Like this entire time, as soon as we like thought about it deeper, I was like, wait, you're right. Just like, why am I describing a Geneva Convention? Why am I not talking about accessibility if I'm talking about that, right? Like, and then it goes into the deeper machinations because, again, it's necessary for me. The whole idea of benefiting the less fortunate benefits everyone in society, so it's just net positive to not be ableist. Regarding ramps, because both disabled people and able people can use them. it's like this is something that I have had disabled friends. I have the acknowledgements to make, hey, this isn't accessible, right? Like, that's not cool, we should try to make it accessible, right? But that doesn't mean we necessarily have the deeper philosophies that explain why does necessarily make sense, right? It's like me trying to explain to someone why I'm queer and should be alive. Because it's like, oh, right? Like, if I haven't thought about it before, / haven't been given an opportunity to actually properly process it properly, it's like I don't have a cohesive thesis to give to you on that. So it's like, you know, me reading Citrona's message just now, like, it just benefits everyone's society. It's like, oh, right. That makes sense. Would I have been able to come up with that idea initially? It's a good question because I'm stupid and I feel like I have not been exposed to or engaged in enough conversations about that because I just genuinely don't see enough conversation about that sort of stuff. I get to see enough conversation about queerness. That's great, and all the phobia that happens. But then, you know, there's like so many like... Why do my streams always end up like this? I'm trying to be better with it, where I don't talk about these more philosophical topics, because as productive as they can be, both for me and everyone else, to kind of be like, oh right, like, you know, we have these cohesive arguments, right? It's like, it's so weird and uncomfortable sometimes, because it's sometimes like, I'm just here to chill, and then it's no longer chill time. And it's like, I'm sorry, I like... It's not that I enjoy the politic talk, I like talking about... I like having productive talks about how we can be more inclusive, because that is apparently an issue. Not necessarily with us, but in the way we may do microaggressions and how other people may act, that sort of thing. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard. I think I engage in a lot of things where I find I can see the segues into these more philosophical topics, for example, world building, because I've seen these conversations before. I know where they lead to, and I know what the segues are. Like, oh my gosh, my bitrate. Oh. Hello, bitrate. Am I back? Hello? If my bitrate is like in the red right now, but it's like the normal numbers, it's still red though, I'm definitely losing frames. Oh, it's back in green. Back in green. No, it's red. Oh, it's yellow. It's green. Green. It's yellow. It's green. Green. It's green. If you can hear me, if you hear, we're gonna do a double ping. AKA I ping to you guys type in chat, you see your chat message pop up, so you can also test your latency. If you can hear me, type peanut butter in chat. If you can hear me, type peanut butter in chat, so that way we can see when you guys get my messages, and then you guys see when your messages pop up in stream for your latency. It's a double ping. That is piss. Thank you, Citrona, for typing absolutely not the right word. If you think you got that really late, maybe try refreshing the stream. If you have one of the extensions, try refreshing it that way. Otherwise, refresh the page, question mark. And Citrona, I hate you for saying piss instead. Okay, I think that's Twitch telling me I should stop. Okay. Yeah. You heard Pris's fault, you just said peanut butter because you like it. Okay. Well, thank you for saying peanut butter instead of piss, Reese. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. I don't know. I have partially myself to blame because I think very realistically when it comes to world building stuff. I've talked about before, but when I set up my magic systems, they're more like science systems because I do very scientific setups for like magic abilities and stuff. Like I'm like, you so and so person can control about 3 kilograms of water with their water controlling ability, sort of thing. Or like your ability has about 36 meters of reach in radius around you, sort of thing. Yeah, but I do apologize. I do want to not necessarily have these topics be a major thing to expect on my streams because I know it does. One, as someone who is also queer and person of color, I would like to not necessarily see that on a cozy. This is not cozy. We're fucking chaotic here. On a chaotic Twitch stream where we're all here to have fun and not think about nitty-gritty necessarily, even though sometimes it will show up. Where's my train of thought going? Right, I'm apologizing for that. Because I know it does kind of get kind of weird when other people in chat just kind of bring it up suddenly. And even though at least for me, and maybe some of you might agree, or maybe will agree to a lesser extent, that we did have, to some extent, a segue into these more philosophical topics that get more into the nitty-gritty. I would like to improve on that and not necessarily have that be a major thing that pops up super often. I think we can have deep discussions like we've had before, right? But I think it can be a bit much. You like the philosophy talks because it makes for great beachy noise. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I just don't want to necessarily have it be something that stream can suddenly segue into because I am comfortable having these talks as long as it's like productive, right? Like our talks right now we're productive because we're acknowledging like, hey, why are we talking about this in a fantasy setting? Because it happens, because it is something that pops up in fantasy. It's controversial, right? And it's like, you know, like I don't necessarily want to make it super prominent as a thing on stream. As much as, again, I enjoy the productive talks, it can be a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. I just think it can be a lot. Okay, I'm sorry for the noises from my water bottle cap. I think we're done with the world building stuff, so thank you everyone for your inputs and everything. Let's go back and jump back to the front desk while I wrap up and, you know, leave a few more comments on this matter. But yeah, I do want to be stricter with it. And, you know, I do acknowledge that I should also be making steps toward it myself to make sure that this doesn't necessarily happen so much. So I haven't gotten around to it, but I have been intending on putting it as a rule to not have political talk, which I don't want to use political as the word because I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid to say that we as queer people are politicized. That's unfair, right? So maybe if y'all have better wording, you can let me know, but I do want to have a rule of that extent that's more explicitly stated alongside the keep chat relevant rule. And that way it's physically there, we've put it into the air that it exists, it's been manifested, right? Manifest. That I want the energy to change, that I don't necessarily want this to necessarily be a constant. This has happened multiple times for sure, and I like, sometimes I'm comfortable talking about it, like we've talked about, racism with cosplays and stuff like that, microaggressions, racism in old cartoons, children on the internet, stuff like that. But I think I should also be able to be like, hey, I should also stop before we cross a line. And if it takes very stupid approaches, like making a command like a shut up command to let me know that we're venturing into less savory territory, then so fucking be it. But I am a person who really does believe in action, immediate action too, if possible, so I do want to if just now that I'm more acknowledging it and realizing, this is, I'm gonna stop that now, right? Yeah. Also, quick life update, you might be getting a job in the healthcare sector. Hooray, that's good to hear. I know it says might, but also I'm happy to hear that for you. I'm wishing you the best with the process and everything, whatever you may be going through, whether that's interviews or recommendations, stuff like that. I don't necessarily know what it is like in other sectors, but I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for letting us know also, I appreciate it. Yeah. It feels like the workshops, because I've been in clubs and we'll go to conventions and stuff and we'll have workshops along with the cute usual stuff of leadership and dance workshops, and then you'll have more discussion circles, your life, and it's oh wow, serious stuff. So I'm inclined to ask, since I've done workshops before, if anyone here has any closing thoughts on anything we talked about or any recommendations you can give to me, because again, I am acknowledging that I think there is a way for us to steer a little more away from these types of philosophy talks. Because, some philosophy's chill, right? But this is more realistic and stuff we experience, If you have your suggestions and commentary, we have stream right now, we have Discord. I would love to know, improvements are always possible, and I would always like to make sure, because I'm still trying to dude, it's this big thing where the chat environment that you have kinda is what determines the vibes you'll have throughout. So I'm trying to really working it. Hi Mika. I'm really trying to work it out where I make sure I enforce that, and I think it's just this as one last thing that I want to tackle. Because as much as I love having these discussions, I don't like having it listed in my panels where it's we may potentially have deep talks. It's either I have it in my stream title that, hey, we're having a workshop talking about ableism and racism in fantasy, for example, right? Instead of being surprise, we're going to talk about this now, because it throws me off, it throws everyone else off, and it can be good, but it can also be bad. And I want to ensure that it is guaranteed to almost be good, instead of letting it wash in, catch us all by surprise, where we might get swept under the water, right? Also, hi Mika. Hello, EP Daddy. How's Daddy doing? Sorry. Does that wake you up? Is Daddy awake now? Anyway. You don't want to be, I'm sorry. But yeah. Yeah, if any of y'all have any additional feedback on this sort of stuff, like I'm very because I'm like this because sorry, rewind. I'm very vehement on taking action immediately because one, I do believe in taking action instead of just being like apologizing, and two, because whenever it comes to things where I need to do stuff, like to-do lists and like getting snacks, I literally have to make sure I do it in the most obnoxious way possible that seems stupid, which means if I have to make a list of snacks that I have and put it in like my Notion, so that way every time I see that I remember I have snacks, then so fucking be it. Because I do genuinely have this faux object impermanence in my brain. A Nightbot timer periodic command as a reminder would be good. Yes. I was jokingly, half jokingly saying I would make a shut up command. Maybe not necessarily shut up, but more like a yellow light? We could call it like yellow, like, hey yellow light, we should slow down. This is sort of sounding like a fucking BDSM sort of thing where it's like, oh my gosh, safe word, just slow down. Not both of us have realizing the BDSM sounding how BDSM coded that is. But also, I vibe with that. We can like work with that. Because I think that is something we should also use here, because I think I also want to give y'all more power and comfort in telling me, hey, I love these deep talks, but not right now. Or, you know, from here on, like, you shouldn't do that. Because you said you'd like to change the environment of your stream, so you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. We can do that. I'll figure something out for tomorrow's stream. It's not gonna happen tomorrow because it's Tunic, mind you, you know. A light check for stream? What does that mean? Is that a theater term? You musical theater whore. No, is it not? Because I thought light check like spotlights, right? Okay, maybe I'm exposing myself as a theater whore instead. I'm not a theater whore, I'm sorry. I promise. Musical theater fans in chat? I think I said it on stream before, Reese. I actually did musical theater briefly in middle school because I did choir in elementary. But I don't really watch musicals at all, / I feel weirdo in my jibbies, whatever that means, whenever I watch musicals. I think I'm not like necessarily a fan of like musical performances. I don't know how to explain it. Whenever you get into convos like this with Chris, you always make sure to do a light check because they can be hard topics. I see. I understand. Okay. Okay. I'll keep that into mind also then, for future reference. If I do make the call to like talk about it as a streamer. Because sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, we can definitely talk about this, like, right? Like, for example, like, let's talk about kids on the internet and why we should beat them up. You know what I actually mean when I say that, but you know, that's an example. Look, I'm just being honest, that's what it sounds like every time we talk about it. Your BF is a massive musical nerd and you're being brainwashed by him, hee hee. But okay, light check, safe words, a command for that sort of thing. Okay. I appreciate these suggestions, y'all. I really appreciate it. Again, I think it's cool to make mistakes, right? I encourage making mistakes because you learn from your mistakes. Which is why I'm also like big on the whole action when you apologize. Your apologies should be an action. Which is why I also believe you're also allowed to say, I don't accept your apology. But that's a separate... Sorry, I'm gonna stop now. I am recognizing I'm veering into something else. I'm veering into the no-go zone. I kinda wanna watch Little Shop of Horrors, because I think I was like learning how to sing a song from Little Shop of Horrors back in musical theater. I think it's an interesting plot too. So, you know, Little Shop of Horrors. I think I also want to see Newsies again. I think I watched Newsies before. Am I really gonna let y'all make me watch musicals? Also, I forgot to respond to Citrona's message. That's just the ADHDs in my head. Fuck you. Am I really ADHD, or are you convincing me to think that I am? But also at the same time, you probably would be somewhat ethos enough to diagnose me yourself, not necessarily officially, but because you have the ADHD, so you'd be able to recognize symptoms, if anything. Oh man, I'm stopping myself. I was about to talk about how it's cool when you have friends who are ND diagnose you because they had the symptoms, and it's like, oh, I'm too scared to get a doctor diagnosis. Your friends will do it for you because they know what it's like. Diagnose me right now. The Beetlejuice slime tutorial? What the fuck is that? Also, I like how Mika's like fully awake now. I don't know if I want to know the Beetlejuice slime tutorial. I'm a little scared now. What does full one mean? What do you mean a full one? Full one what? Okay. Okay, well, hold on. Let me write in my stream memos. After stream memos, I still need to code another thing. I also need to code. One of the things I wanted to code was to list point redeems in my chatbot stream events list, so that way I can grab a stream of point redeem IDs, because you know, on my stream chat box it actually shows like the icon of the point redeem depending on which you redeem. So if I did this one, it shows the stamped one. And so for any of the other ones, it just shows the generic dark matter icon, but I wanted to collect the other IDs so I can actually put it into my little dictionary object sort of thing. You've been making a bunch of neurodivergent friends as of late, and they're making you wonder if you are yourself. I think it's a good thing. I mentioned during my actual birthday stream how I was really proud. I'm inflating their egos. I am happy. I am appreciative of Citrona and Mika for being out front with their queerness, because it allows me to also feel open about inspecting my own queerness with a fully exposed lens. Okay, that's as much love to y'all, okay? But it's really good, it's really nice. I think it's really nice because I talked about how it really feels like I've answered a lot of weird, unsatisfied mysteries in my life and how I feel about myself by being like, non-binary. I speak hexadecimal now. Your therapist knows us by name now? Gods. Amazing. I hope your therapist talks shit about us. And your therapist diagnose us. Anyway, what else do I need to code? Manual breaks on chatbot for multiple stamp redeems, because there's a few technical issues at the beginning of the actual birthday celebration, and I was a little frustrated that people were redeeming stamp multiple times. It is possible to make that not work. All I have to do, it's so easy, I just have to make maybe another array that actually gets the IDs of people and uses that solely to check if they've redeemed within the session that OBS is live. Very easy. It's a separate thing. That way, even though the point redeem will work again for you when streamer starts, because it's like you already got one, because it's in the code. Cool. Anyway, what am I doing? Okay. Light check. Fake words for. What would y'all call it? Would you call it deep talks? Philosophical talks? Again, I'm not going to use political talk because I genuinely don't like how political talk has, but the connotations of political talk. Deep talks is a good one, you think? Deep dives. Oh, deep dives is also good. I think deep dives. Deep dives. I like that. I like that analogy. We're going into a deep dive, or if you're not used to the pressure of these kind of waters, you should let us know. I love this. So smart, Reese. A+. A+ for you. Make command or light check. Like that. Okay, cool. I appreciate this. Good grade in Bonnie stream. Did you want a good grade too, Citrona? You want to be called a good boy by the teacher? You want that A+? Well, you don't, because being a gifted student sucks. Okay, for real? Oh, you do want a good grade, Mika? You want that A+? I'm assuming you're typing what you're actually gonna say. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. I'm silly. I'm a silly dude who also likes deep talks. Oh, man, I didn't complete my thought earlier. I said, I'm stupid. I wanted to say, I was saying how it's okay, how I think apologies should have action. I was also saying it's okay to make mistakes, because I think... Sorry, scratch that. It's okay to make mistakes, but you need to have something that tells you you're making mistakes. I'm sorry, there's 3 parts to this. 1, it's okay, you can make mistakes, but you need something to tell you that you're making the mistakes, and 3, you also need to have the mindset to act on that, right? If you're making a mistake but no one is telling you, you're not going to improve. Like, if you're being a petty friend but no one's telling you and you're not realizing it, you're not going to get better. And on the last item, if someone is telling you and you're not going to act on it, then you're really shitty, right? Okay, I'm done. That's my lesson from me to y'all. In the context of everything here, it's okay to be like, oh, I'm not well fit for this conversation, / oh, maybe the things I'm saying in this conversation aren't good. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. I think I place a lot of optimism in people and individuals that I have these mindsets. Anyway, I hope y'all have been having a good week again, and thank you all for spending this night with me. I legitimately just haven't really hadn't come up with the right thumbnail sketches that I've been wanting to do yet. So I instead we have whatever this is. Again, I don't know if this will be on an actual VOD, because I don't like the content, not because we talked about weird deep talks, but mostly just because there wasn't anything, in my opinion, like fully fun and entertaining. I mean, sure, I wrote silly, let me name my document, silly world building exercises. I don't know. But we're here. We are here. And it is okay. I am getting tired. It is approaching my proper bedtime now. So I guess we should wrap up. I will leave you all with the adage that salmon is for desire. Salmon is for desire. You think it's interesting? Wait, what is interesting? My mind is going at like 100 miles per hour. I'm sorry. What were you agreeing with me, or what? On stream? Okay. I think it's cool that I at least have these vulnerable moments. Because I feel like, again, I don't have enough of these. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna keep gushing. I mustn't. Thank you all for chilling with me. I appreciate you all. I appreciate the learning that we've done tonight, and I hope that the actions we decide to take from here will make a difference. I really hope they do, because my brain is stupid. You should make it an emote, because I love saying that phrase a little too much, Mika. I don't know how you'll do it, but I believe in you. Actually, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's not a good idea. Also, I realized we're almost to 4 hours, so I'm gonna keep wasting time. We're not gonna raid out because I am tired, and we didn't do anything super fascinating tonight. But I'm gonna push that 4 hour. Ooh, push it! What is this emote? Smile cat? It's okay. That is indeed a smile cat. I love sitting in silence. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited! The Tunic hardcover manual that Mika got me on Throne has been ordered, so I'm just waiting for tracking information, assuming I get that. I'm so excited to have the manual and maybe not ever read it, but also I can I'll flip through it every so often. I need like a nice place to like display this sort of stuff. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get the manual, because I mean I can also be like, in IRL I can be like, you want to learn about Tunic? Here's the manual. You see why this is cool? You can't fucking read it, that's why. You illiterate piece of shit. It's time to become literate. Also, thank you, Reese. I'm just gonna give it a few more minutes, y'all. I'm a stickler for this kind of stuff. Oh, I guess I can do attendance and shoutouts. Well, thank you all for chilling with me. Also thank you, Mika, again for showing me how to just have it so I can open my chatbot's HTML page within OBS. It's so cool. Other than that, thank you, Latte, for the raid earlier. I hope anyone that was sticking around from that survived the onset of interesting deep talks. I'm very sorry, y'all. But I also hope you learned something from it about fantasy, racism, or ableism. Why the fuck do the E's in the font look like this on the pop-up for my bot page? Anyway, yeah. And I have to do the export-import stuff differently though for the JSON, since it doesn't pop up in a new tab that I can just save. Anyway, thank you Toad, thank you Magic, thank you Moth King, thank you Citrona, thank you Benny, thank you Latte, thank you Pop, thank you Reese, and thank you Mika. My next stream, which I promise will be normal, and hopefully I'll get the... I'll probably do it like right after stream tonight, but I'll try to get stuff set up immediately so that by tomorrow's stream we'll already have some stuff set up in regards to warnings about deep dives and safe words and light checks for stuff like that. You know, so we can get that started immediately. But tomorrow night will be a stream. I'll be finishing up my Tunic New Game Plus playthrough. I hope it's a short stream. I hope it's short. We'll see. And then Thursday we should hopefully have our art stream. And then Saturday will be Hollow Knight in the morning. If you're not in the Discord server, you should be in the Discord server if you want to know my schedule, because I won't post it anywhere else. You have to wake up early for stream too. Are you streaming Wednesday? Today? Are you streaming today, Citrona? I'm raising my eyebrows up and down. Today? Can we get a shout out for Citrona? Can we get a sloppy seconds shout out for Citrona? I hope you like that wording. I'm gonna start using that wording now. Don't say that. I think it works well because I already give some of my friends shoutouts automatically with the bot. So you're getting seconds. Floppy seconds. Man, I want to see. I wanted to replay Inscription too. Oh, but it's also night in the woods. Oh no. My brain. Oh no. Okay, well we have an ad break, so after the ad break ends, I'm gonna go ahead and officially end stream. Inscription speedrun race? Between like who? All of us? You're trying to race Frey to part 3 so you could send him a Golly card? Oh my god, right. I remember that, indeed. Oh. Right. We'll see. It's hard because Citrona doesn't stream when I usually do. / I'm busy when Citrona streams. Anyway. You have to send a card to the others, oh my god. Okay. It's time for us to shut up now. Go to sleep. Everyone go to bed. I give you all 4 head kisses. Mama. Thank you all for chilling with me. I don't have anything. I felt like I have something else to say. I hope y'all don't get to deal with ants, because I sure hope no ants allowed continues. God forbid the ants come in again. Goodbye.